when they were leaving, but she got all broken because she forgot she had work that they didn't do that. She'd walk into you after school. It's raining, you probably should go take both of them out. It's raining, he wants to go for a track meet. So I'll let you know, I'm off of this at 2, so I should have some little room to let you know exactly what. Okay, love you, kiddo. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How is everyone doing this morning? Awesome. Are we awake? Sun's not even up at my house quite yet. Good morning. So I think we're waiting for a few more people. I want to kind of do some housekeeping things while we're waiting for everybody else to get logged in. First, make sure that you have got the participant notebook. I think we sent the printed copy to you. So if you've got your stapled little packet, that will be useful as we go through this training today. If you don't have it, I have a link that I popped into the chat, and you can certainly just use it digitally. Nobody's telling you to use up your ink at home and print 100 pages. So if you don't already have the print copy, just open up that link and you can use it digitally as we go through today. Okay. The other thing that would be helpful for me is if everybody would put their name and their grade level or their assignment at the school into the chat box. That just helps me kind of gauge, you know, how many people we've got at third and fourth and fifth, and then how many support people. So, you know, if you support more than one grade, go ahead and put that in there as well. Right. All right, so for those of you just joining who didn't hear my little spiel, couple of things. One, make sure you've got your printed participant notebook. If you don't have a print copy, I have dropped that tiny URL into chat again. Feel free to open and use it digitally. And then second, if you'll drop your name and grade level or assignment at your campus into the chat box, just to give me an idea of kind of the range of what we've got today. So looks like we're pretty even, third and fourth grade. It looks like I've only got a couple of fifth grade teachers. So you guys, oh, a couple more fifth grade joining. There you go. I was afraid for Sarah and Madison, they were going to have to do a lot of talking on behalf of fifth grade, but now they can share that with some others. That's awesome. All right. So there we go. A few more fifth grade teachers joining. All right. So we are pretty close, I think, participant number wise to where they told me that we would be. So I'm going to get started in the interest of respecting your time. We'll go ahead and get started.
And just kind of move through today. You guys are here to learn about 3.5 CKLA, which is going to be your new curriculum starting next year. So a couple of Zoom kind of things, right? I guess I'm going to share a PowerPoint here in just a minute. In order to do that, I am going to, I'm going to turn my volume up just to make sure you guys can hear that. I'm going to turn my camera off when I share my Zoom. And I do that for bandwidth reasons, right? Sometimes if my camera stays on, it tends to make my PowerPoint blurry. So I'm going to do that, but there will be times for us to come back out of that PowerPoint, come back to this screen together, have some discussion, things like that. So I'll turn my camera back on. So I know we're adults. I know we're all working from our own spaces and have our own capabilities with bandwidth and things like that. If at all possible, when we're back to the screen, if we can turn cameras on, I think that helps, right? Helps us have discussions and connect to each other. So if that's possible, please do that. But like I said, I have to turn it off at some points too. And so I completely understand if that camera is draining too much and you need to kind of toggle back and forth. Okay. The other things is you guys know probably way more at this point about Zoom than I do, but you know where the mute is, right? You know where the chat is, things like that. So the other thing about Zoom is when I share my PowerPoint, it kind of takes up my whole screen. So I am signed in to this Zoom on my phone. So that I'm going to keep the chat up and open while we're sharing that. So if you have questions going through, you can handle that in one of two ways. Actually, one of three ways. One, keep yourself your own parking lot and ask all those questions, you know, kind of more towards the end or, you know, when we take a break. Two, pop it into chat and I can see it right there. Or three, just come off of mute and ask me to stop right then and there and ask the question. I'm okay with any one of those ways. Okay, so I'll continue to monitor the chat via my phone. But again, feel free to either hold those questions until you have a few that you want answered or to just hop off of mute, you know, right when it comes up. Okay. All right, so let's get started. We've got 3 hours this morning. We're going to shoot for lunch about 11:45. We'll be back at 12:30 and go until 3 o'clock. And all of those are your time. So I'm going to do my best to remember the 1 hour time difference because I am here in Texas and making sure that I'm hitting those marks. So we'll shoot for a break somewhere mid-morning. And so if I've done my math correctly, we're shooting for that break about 10:15 your time, so 9:15 my time. So I'm not saying it's a hard stop at 9:50 or at 10:15. We'll kind of gauge where we're at, but that's about our halfway point. So that's what I'm shooting for the break this morning. And then we'll finish off until 11:45, come back at 12:30 and finish off the afternoon. And we'll take a break in the afternoon as well. Okay. All right. Any questions before we get started? All right, I am going to stop my video. I'm going to share my screen. Oh, got to make a few clicks. There we go. And there it is. All right, so this is CKLA for grades 3 through 5, this one-day initial training. Okay, so my name is Michelle Kane. I have worked for Amplify, which is the company that publishes and provides PD for CKLA. I've worked for them for about 6 years now. Prior to that, I spent 15 years in public school classrooms, all in the state of Texas. When I first started with Amplify, I didn't disclose that information and I was going to, you know, elocute very well. Y'all, the y'all comes out. You're gonna hear it all day long. So I just own it up front now. You can also see my email address here on the screen. Please feel free to write that down. You know, as we're moving forward, you guys, you're going to have some opportunity to kind of dig into this and you know, planning over the summer and then starting next year. I know we're coming back for a second follow-up training in the summer before you guys get started next year. But also, I'm a resource as you guys move forward with implementation, you know, throughout the rest of this year, through the summer planning, and then your initial implementation last year. So please feel free to write down my email address and reach out anytime you've got questions. Okay. All right, so just some simple learning norms. Do what you need to do to participate actively, to take care of yourself. You know how to manage technology. We're adults, you know what you need to do to stay engaged, right? All of those things are you doing what you need to do in order to get the most out of today, and you can take care of those things. Most importantly in learning norms is what you learn today is going with you back into the classroom when you start implementing CKLA. All right, so we kind of talked about this already. You keep a parking lot. If you have questions of me, feel free to ask, like I said, in any one of those ways. If it is a question that is more of a district level question, I'll keep a parking lot. We've got kind of a way to communicate across our partners, as well as our partners who are, you know, really connecting with your district leadership level. And so I can send questions in that direction and probably get us answers before the end of today from the district side of it. So there may be questions that you've got that really are those district level questions. So go ahead and ask them, and I can certainly pass them on and hopefully get us some answers before the end of today. Okay. All right. And then as we go through the PowerPoint, there are orange boxes up in the upper right-hand corner of some of the screens. Those are going to have page numbers in it. Those page numbers correspond to the pages in your participant notebook. So that'll help you kind of make sure you are with us in that participant notebook as we move through today. Okay. All right, so our objectives and our agenda are listed on page 3 in that participant notebook. Okay. So I'm going to give you just a moment to read those objectives. Okay. So really today our goals are for you to be comfortable with what is entailed in 3.5 CKLA. What kind of lessons are we going to be looking at? What's the approach to how we teach things? So really kind of this really great overview of what CKLA is. We also get to watch some videos of lessons happening and discuss those. So here is the agenda. That's also on page 3. That we're going to go through for today. We're going to start with the why. We're going to talk about the guiding principles of CKLA 3.5 instruction. We're going to take a look at your teacher's guide and make sure that you understand how that's set up. Then we're going to dive into different lesson components. What lesson components would you see during a CKLA lesson? Thinking about the primary focus, formative assessments that are included, looking at reading and speaking and listening, looking at writing, looking at how language is tackled in 3.5, which includes spelling, grammar, and morphology. We'll look at assessments. There are some for 3.5, what we call unique CKLA units, some additional program components. We'll take a look and make sure that you're comfortable with the resources on our teacher resource site, and then we'll close out today. So that's kind of the agenda that we're going to be going through today. Okay. All right, so let's start with the why. The why is because you are tasked with a lot, right? You are tasked with teaching students to read on grade level. And we know that if students aren't on grade level by the end of grade 3, they're less likely to make up those gaps that are keeping them off grade level the further they progress in school. And so giving kids a really good foundation before they get to grade 3 helps us get them to grade level on grade 3 and moving up. CKLA is not just a 3.5 program. It is a K-5 program and is really built around that. So in the 3-5 realm, or in CKLA as a whole, we want you to help meet the rigor of those high standards. And in order to do that, you've got to have those instructional materials to give a foundational skills that support that reading development. You have to be able to access material with deep content, complex texts, and rigorous tasks, and you have to be able to put those into the hands of students. And then you also need assessments that really help move that instruction forward. Can I tell whether my students are mastering this? Can I figure out where their gaps are so that I can help fill them in? Okay, so as we go through today, you will see evidence of all of these things in CKLA. Okay. All right, so I want you to think for just a moment about this idea of background knowledge. What is background knowledge, and how does it affect reading comprehension? Okay. All right. So I think you probably have an idea in your head, right? Maybe an anecdote about a time when you could maybe read the words on the page, but the meaning wasn't quite there, things like that. One of the studies that kind of led to this idea of background knowledge is affectionately known as the baseball study. Researchers pulled in middle school age students. They determined using a standardized test their reading ability and grouped them into two groups, either high ability or low ability. And then they determined their knowledge of the game of baseball. So given those two criteria, reading ability and knowledge of baseball, they had 4 test groups, right? These 4 test groups: high ability, high knowledge, high ability, low knowledge, low ability, high knowledge, and low ability, low knowledge of baseball, right? Everybody's given the same reading passage. They're asked to read it and then retell it, acting it out with a little, figurines on a felt baseball diamond. Given that, the researchers were able to quantify each student's comprehension score. As they were looking at those, it didn't surprise them that the students who were considered a high reading ability and knew about baseball scored the highest. But what they found was that those students who were considered low reading ability but knew about baseball scored almost as high as those students who had high ability and knew about baseball. They also found that those students who had low ability but high knowledge outperformed the students who were considered higher readers but didn't know about baseball. So the conclusion that has come from this and other studies about background knowledge is that if you know something about what you're reading about, if you have some of that vocabulary, if you have some background, right, you can make more meaning from it. So that's what we want to do in CKLA, is take a look at where can we start to help build some of that background knowledge, not just within one grade level, but across that K-5 continuum. Here's another example of what it might look like to a student who doesn't have background knowledge in a certain topic. This is a short passage from a PARCC test. We have redacted the content-specific words and we've redacted the academic-specific words, right? So if you're reading just what's here and not behind the black boxes, are you able to get very much true meaning from these words? Okay. Can make a guess, right? But you're not, what's here are just more everyday words, right? So what if I have that content specific information, that content specific background? Now I can read all of these words, right? I can read Canadian Arctic and make some understanding with that. I can read Inuit, I can read beluga whales, and I can start to make more meaning from it, even if I can't decode the academic words, right? And that's what's still highlighted or, redacted out is those academic words. Well, now if I can read the academic words as well and have that background, now I can read everything and make more meaning from it, okay? So that's part of our job, is to help students with the decoding of what's on the page, right? But also to build that background, both academic words and content specific. Okay, so this is how we do that. these are the topics. In K2, this is their knowledge strand, their oral read aloud. And then in 3-5, you guys have an integrated strand. So everything is included in these units right here. If you haven't seen these topics yet, take a few moments to kind of look through them. I know it might be a little small on your screen, but take a moment to read through the titles of your units. Okay. All right. As you look through, is there one that you might be particularly excited about teaching? Go ahead and drop it into chat if you see one you like. Awesome. Ooh, somebody's excited about Midsummer Night's Dream. Awesome. Whoever my 3rd grade teacher is that put the Viking Age, that one, your kids are gonna love. It's so much fun. So much fun. Yeah. Awesome. Native Americans, awesome. All right, so these are really good, rich, complex topics that we're using to teach ELA skills. They're going to engage the kids. They're going to be so excited. But it's not just about what you're doing in your grade level. You can kind of see that we have traced one topic kind of all the way through that, even starting in pre-K, all the way through that 5th grade. So we're not just building background knowledge in our grade level, we're building it across this K-5 continuum. Well, that doesn't help you so much in the first couple of years, especially at 3, 4, 5, right? Because they wouldn't have had everything from kinder on. But think about those kids who will have gotten it all the way throughout. So we're building throughout, and you know, even in the younger grades, this doesn't just start with colonial towns and townspeople. In kinder, there's Native Americans, kings and queens, Columbus and the Pilgrims, colonial towns and townspeople, presidents and American symbols. And then into 1st grade, they've got early American civilizations, a new nation, American independence, frontier explorers. 2nd grade, they've got the War of 1812, westward expansion, US Civil War, immigration, fighting for a cause. 3rd grade, then you've got Native Americans, early explorations of North America and colonial America. So lots of background being built, both in science and in social studies topics, as well as sprinklings of fiction throughout there as well. It's not all nonfiction, and even when the title of your unit sounds like it's nonfiction, we find ways to bring in historical narratives and things like that. So a wide range with the idea of building background knowledge, but exposing students to a wide range of types of texts. Okay, Meredith has a question. What happens when kids move into the district and haven't learned the previous units? How will we catch them up and build their background knowledge? That's a really good question. And that's really actually a good question for 3-5 for these first couple of years of implementation, because kids won't have had even the opportunity to get the K1-2 before they get to you in 3rd grade. You guys are all jumping in the same spot. So what happens is that at the beginning of each unit, the first part of every lesson is called Making Connections. And it's designed to build some background for students to connect to move forward. You can't make up every single grade level before, but everybody will at least start kind of from the same place. So they are building some of that background in the first lesson intentionally before moving into the unit. And as we get into it, we're going to kind of look at that a little bit closer and talk about that. So we'll kind of come back to this idea of, you know, what happens if kids are coming with with skills gaps maybe, or background knowledge gaps. So we'll kind of sprinkle that throughout the whole rest of our day, but that's a really good consideration to think of, not just for kids moving in, you know, as you guys move forward, but in this first couple of years. You know, obviously it's designed that your third graders would have come with what they got in K1 and 2, and they won't have that for a couple of years in this early part of an implementation. So as we continue to go through today, again, we'll take a look at what can I do to help students who either are missing background knowledge or skills knowledge. Okay. All right. So like I said, really rich, complex topics that are in each one of those units, right? But we have to keep in mind that we are not teaching that content. We're using that content to teach the ELA skills. Okay, so as you take a look at the beginning of a unit, you are going to have primary focus that that kind of connect to the content, but we're looking for the mastery of the ELA skills. So you'll have a student will or a student can statement, but then it's always tied to those ELA standards. Okay. So kind of keep that in mind. Yes, really rich, complex content, but we're using the content to show mastery of the ELA skills. Okay. All right. So like I said, in that K2 that we just looked at, the topics we looked at are the knowledge strand. Okay, in K2, they teach from 2 separate strands on a daily basis. They spend 60 minutes in a skills strand daily, and they spend 60 minutes in their knowledge strand daily. So they have 120 minutes of instruction daily. In 3-5, my third grade teachers are going to spend 120 minutes daily. That gets you through 1 third grade lesson. Okay. My 4-5 teachers are going to spend 90 minutes in core time daily, and that gets you through 1 lesson. Okay, that's how the lessons are designed, is to get through 1 per day, and they are in this allotted minutes. Okay, the reason third grade is still 120 like K2 is because that's kind of our transition year. Our skills strand is working on the decoding, the phonics, the applying those skills, writing. Knowledge strand is building their background knowledge, oral read alouds, lots of discussion time, things like that. So in third grade, we have both of these pieces. You still have an oral read aloud time. We've just integrated it all into 1 book, 1 strand that you're going through. Okay, so you still need that 120 minutes a day, and then 4-5 needs 90 to get through 1 lesson per day. And that's your core time. We always recommend this is your core time, it's sacred. And then we know students don't all read at the same level. So integrating into your schedule for the day outside of this 120 or 90 minutes of core time be an RTI time, whatever you call that, whether it's, you know, RTI or what I need, or, you know, walk to read, or, you know, things like that. But that would be outside of this these core instructional minutes. Okay. All right. So let's take a look at these guiding principles. In your participant notebook, you have 6 design principles. Those are on page 5 and 6. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to jigsaw this. Okay, my third grade teachers are going to read design principle number 1 and design principle number 4. My 4th grade teachers are going to read 2 and 5. Then my 5th grade teachers are going to read 3 and 6. If you support multiple grade levels, you get to choose your own adventure today and decide which 2 design principles you would like to read. Okay, All right, I'm going to set my timer. You have your participant notebook. So if you want to highlight, underline, keywords and things like that in your participant notebook, please feel free to do that. On page 7, you've got a place to do this $2 summary. You don't have to do it like that, but I do want you at the end of the time that I'm giving for you to read, I want us to be able to come back, screens on, and for somebody at each grade level to share what they learned. So the jigsawing it to teach the rest of us about those design principles that they have read about. Okay. All right. So 3rd grade teachers reading 1 and 4, 4th grade reading 2 and 5, 5th grade reading 3 and 6, and be ready to teach the rest of us about your design principle. Okay. What questions do you have before we get started? Awesome. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start the timer here. We've got 7 minutes. It's been about 5 minutes. If you still need a few more, please feel free. But if you are ready, turn your camera back on, and that way I know you're ready to go. You guys are the best. All right, so those of you who don't have cameras on, if you still have a few to finish up, that's fine. Or if you can't turn it on and just give me a thumbs up, we'll go ahead and get started. So what we're going to do is we're just going to kind of go through these, right? We jigsawed them. So my third grade teachers, you guys read design principle number 1, analysis and expression in reading and writing. So is there somebody who is brave enough this morning to tell us what they learned or what they kind of took away from that design principle? Remember, I made you give me your grade levels at the beginning. Don't make me cold call people. I don't like doing it, but I will.
I would be willing to do number 6 for grade 5.
Okay.
It will definitely be over $2. I'll tell you that, though.
So Maureen, I've got you down for number 6.
Okay.
You in order, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, what? You cut out there.
Yeah, let's do them in order.
Oh, okay. All right.
Mark down. I'm going to call back on you when we get to 6. Perfect. All right. So who's going to be brave and do number 1 for me?
I'd be happy to start with number 1.
You are awesome, Kristen. Thanks.
So number 1 is the analysis and expression in reading and writing. And what I got from this section was that students will be asked to discuss through short and longer written responses, text-dependent questions where they need to go back multiple times to dig deeper into understanding and analyze what's truly there.
Yep. Awesome. Is there anybody who has something to add to that?
I just took note that the writing is in response to reading. We're used to a typical writer's workshop where it's not always a response to anything. It's just, you know, what they're feeling like or a story. Right. Something they feel like writing that day. So it's interesting. That's what I took out of it is them going back into a text and responding to that text rather than anything.
Yeah, right. And so writing is going to be, and Kristen said this too, writing's responding to the text. So they're going back into the text and diving deeper into it and using that for response. You are still going to have times where you are not still going to have times, but there is lots of opportunity for students to write in both ways. These short answer, really almost literal from the text, right? And being able to do that, but also the true writing process, right? You are teaching students that plan, draft, edit, revise, publish, true writing process. You're just grounding it in the content, that background knowledge that you're giving them, instead of giving them some prompt that some kids might have a connection to like that. And some kids, you could give them 3 weeks to write on that topic and they don't have any background for it. And so they're still stuck. Kind of an idea, right? So you are still teaching students to write. It's just grounding it in the content and the background knowledge that everybody is getting. Okay, and doing that because it's coming from the text that they're reading. And then the other thing with that is as you go through your year, those texts, the complexity of the text that they're reading and they're writing are going to increase in complexity, right? We're not expecting kids at the beginning of 3rd grade to write a 3-paragraph essay in Unit 1. That's our end of year expectation. So we're going to build them to that kind of an idea, okay? Awesome. Thank you to, I think that was Meredith and Kristen, right, who jumped in and added those. Was that right? I think somebody moved around. Awesome. All right, you guys did great. Okay, so my 4th grade teachers, design principle number 2, fostering wonderful conversationalists. Audra's going. Miss Audra, we can't hear you. I'm sure it was awesome. Whatever you were saying was just totally awesome, but no, we can't hear you, and I'm sorry. She's gonna type. Okay, you know what? Hold on just a second. Don't get out. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I can do this. Well, maybe. Sometimes if I put you into the waiting room and then bring you back, okay, you're back. See if your mic works now.
Can you hear me now? Woohoo! All right.
The other day, if the host puts you into the waiting room and brings you back, you don't have to log completely out and log completely back on. I don't know why it works, but it's wonderful. All right.
Fantastic.
Audra, go ahead.
Okay. So it sounds like the curriculum is going to encourage the students to discuss what they're reading, to present their thoughts, to listen to other people's thoughts, and then build on the thoughts of their peers. They might be doing some debating. They might be doing some acting. And they might be doing some creative pitching new inventions. I'm not sure what that means, but so this is right where our 4th graders are, at least mine are. They want to talk about everything. And it would be nice for them to talk about something other than TikTok.
Isn't that the truth? Holy cow, y'all. I have a almost 17-year-old, a 14-year-old, and an almost 12-year-old. Like TikTok's the thing, right? Yes. So every lesson gives students the opportunity to have that discussion and for you to facilitate it. It's not just a free-for-all, right? It's comprehension questions, and we talk about it. And the reality is that building that oral vocabulary helps with comprehension, and it helps with their writing. If they can talk about it, they're more likely to be able to write about it, right? So we're going to give them that opportunity. We're going to build their oral vocabulary and their grammar orally and all of those things that go into English. If they can do it that way, they're way more likely to then be able to turn around and write about it. And so it's that building block in between. It's that scaffold between. So yes, lots of opportunity for students at 3-5 to do that and do it in multiple ways. And as we go through today, you'll start to see where, some of those acting things might come in, the inventions, where those special units are that give them the opportunity to do that. Okay, Audra, you did a great job. Does anybody have anything to add to that? Okay, awesome, thanks so much. All right, my 5th grade teachers, who wants to do design principle number 3, explicit language instruction?
I can do it.
Thank you.
So students will have explicit language instruction such as spelling, grammar, punctuation through engaging activities and daily writing. And something I got from it was the daily writing piece, because we also do writer's workshop, but it doesn't always relate to what we're reading. And then it's also really hard. And I don't know if it's my first year. So I don't know if it's just like being in a pandemic and being so short on time and everything's online, but it's so hard to like schedule grammar, reading, writing, and have it like, all kind of flow. So to be able to do daily writing with the grammar piece is like huge. So I'm really excited to see how that works.
Yeah. So I'm willing to bet that when I said 120 minutes and then 90 minutes, you guys kind of went, ooh, right? That's a lot. That's a big chunk. But if you really think about all those little pieces that you're trying to pull from all these different places now and add up all those minutes, you're probably already spending that time. We've just taken everything. It's writing, it's grammar, it's spelling, it's reading, all of those things are in that time. You don't have to go out and find these other times. You don't have to go out and find these other resources, right? All of that's in your core. Where you'll find other resources is RTI, things like that. But we've given you all of those things and it is all integrated. So if we have a grammar lesson today, there's going to be direct instruction. There's going to be some guided practice, probably with a workbook page, but then you're going to hold those students accountable for adding that into their writing for the day, right? Their writing for the day, which is connected to the content that they just read, but that new grammar skill, you're going to be looking for evidence in that application of their writing. Same thing with spelling or things like that. They'll apply it in their reading and in their writing, and it's all connected. And so it's easier to help the students make those connections when it's already there for you, and you not having to go out and find different resources and things like that. So yeah, so the main points here: direct explicit instruction in all of those pieces, guided practice, and then they put it into application in their reading and their writing. Okay, all right, Madison, you did an awesome job. Thank you so much. All right, we're back to third grade. Design principle number 4, a rich variety of text and contexts.
I can go again, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Meredith. Thank you.
I just took out of it that students would be exposed to a variety of genres, and it talked about both classic stories and new as well, like ones that are written for the program. And then I also took that they'll be able to write a variety of the genres as well. So it's not just, relaying information back from an informational text. It's beyond that, and they're exposed to more than that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, so at third grade teachers, did anybody else want to add to that before I start running my mouth?
I'll add.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
Just that also that the classics are really rich and that it's hopefully going to inspire them to write longer pieces. Mm-hmm. And then it talked about quests. Mm-hmm. That they'll get into, I think, more in fourth. I don't know. I think so. So yeah.
There's some little hints in here as to some of those unique things that are in 3, 4, 5. And I'm not going to go into it much right now, but as we get through the rest of today, I'll show you what those quests are and what that means for sure. But yeah, so third grade, you guys, those students are reading The Wind in the Willows. Fourth grade has House on Mango and Treasure Island. Fifth grade's got Midsummer Night's Dream. So there's some really rich, complex, classics that we're exposing the students to. But then there's also, newer texts that are written with the content in mind. Like I said earlier, just like, if the title of the unit sounds like it couldn't be anything but cut and dried, dry nonfiction, we found ways to present some of that information in like a historical narrative context. The early American civilizations is about the Maya, the Inca, and the Aztec. And then when we're talking about the Maya culture, it follows a little boy and his Mayan family and the travels that they take, to the capital city for this celebration. And so it's not just nonfiction, even though it sounds like that's the only way you could possibly get that information. There's lots of different ways that students are getting exposed to different types of text, as well as given the opportunity to write to all of the different genres and write them in different ways. Okay. All right, you guys are doing an awesome job, Vanessa and Meredith. Thank you so much. All right, we're back to fourth grade, design principle number 5, maximizing vocabulary acquisition.
I'll go.
Thank you.
So this just talked about how when students first enter school, they have really low vocabulary. The average 6-year-old knows about 6,000 words. And by the time they reach high school or 12th grade, they have about 40,000 words in their vocabulary. So being exposed to varied and more complex vocabulary in the texts that are presented in the program helps to build on that vocabulary, and also having discussions with peers and conversations based on around what you're reading and using the vocabulary in those conversations helps to strengthen your vocabulary. Oops, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear anybody for some reason right now.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, all right. I think my internet just hiccuped for a few minutes. I'm sorry. No, so Melissa, we heard that. Exactly right. Lots of exposure to vocabulary. And if you think about it, you know, when young kids, right, when babies are learning vocabulary, did we sit there with the flashcards and say, ball, this is the word ball means this, right? No, we just talked to them. It was in context, right? So the meat of vocabulary acquisition in CKLA is in context with repeated exposure in context. Right, so we're going to focus on some words per lesson, but we're going to focus on them when they happen in that lesson, and really embed students in the idea that, hey, this is a vocabulary word. We can use the context around it to gain meaning from it, and really expose them to that skill and continue to build that. Just because a vocabulary word is listed as a vocabulary word for today's lesson doesn't mean that's the only time we're going to see it. That same content builds throughout the entire unit, so that vocabulary is going to continue to come up. So repeated exposure in context, and build that vocabulary that way. So vocabulary acquisition happens, again, in that more natural, in context way. Vocabulary in CKLA is not at the end of a unit, students have to memorize this list of words and be able to match it to a definition. If they come out of a unit with new words in their oral vocabulary, we're going to call it a win, right? Because if it's in their oral vocabulary, they probably really truly understand it, and then it's just going to naturally end up in their writing, right? They're just going to naturally take it to that next level. So that's how we're trying to build them. Okay, all right.
Can I actually ask a question on that one?
Of course.
So a lot of times for our kids who have the skill gaps, being able to listen is a great support for them. They can do the thinking at that higher level. Is there either digital versions or audio supported text for these?
Yeah, that's one of the updates that we have done kind of this year. It needed to happen for a while, but the pandemic kind of lit a fire under us, and we have got the student readers for all grade levels are what we call, they're living on the student hub, so the students can directly get to them, and it has that read aloud function for them to kind of follow along and listen to the text being read aloud to them. So that's a great scaffold and support for, one, students who can't access the text independently on their own, right? Two, for those kiddos, you know, ELL, SPED kids who really need multiple exposures to a text, right? Let them listen to it first, and then they read it together with you, or they read it together with the class, let them go listen to it again. Homework time, right? Go listen to today's story again, go follow along, those kinds of things. So yes, we do have that. And when we get to, you know, kind of previewing the resources on the website, I'll show you what that looks like from the kids' point of view.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. Now, unless somebody else has something to add to vocabulary. Okay, perfect. All right. Maureen, it's your turn. Design principle number 6.
This really related to what you spoke about with your baseball example earlier on. What struck me is how it said that comprehension is not a transferable skill from text to text for every child. And that there's a need for background knowledge and experience with a word over and over, which we've talked about through this, in order to be able to infer its meaning or infer meaning from the text. Then it went on to talk about read alouds and how like 5th grade, they're really used in a targeted fashion. How, because a child's listening skills, which is kind of like what Patty was just talking about, far enhance their reading comprehension skills, so that they're used in a more targeted fashion for introducing a unit as the children build through the grade levels. So that's what I got from that.
Yeah, absolutely. So in 3rd grade, just about every lesson, you're going to have a read aloud, and then they're going to go into their student reader. At 4th and 5th, there will be times when the teacher reads aloud from the text, but it's the text that the students have in front of them. Those 3rd grade read alouds are text that the students don't have in front of them. They're just listening, just to build that background, and then they apply it in their student reader. In 4th and 5th, it's a little more targeted. They should have more background coming through the program, but they also should have more decoding skills, right? And things like that. So should have, notice I say should have, and we know that students are going to come in with gaps, but it's used in a more targeted fashion. Today we're going to read chapter 1 of our new unit together. You follow along, I'm going to read it out loud. And then we're going to move them more towards independent as they get further into 4th and 5th. Whereas 3rd grade still provides that scaffold of part of the background I'm going to give to you orally, and then you're going to turn and apply it. Okay. Yep. All right. So as we continue to go through today, I want you to keep these 6 design principles in mind and find evidence. Look to see, when we're looking at different kinds of lessons and the different lesson components, look to see where you see evidence of these 6 design principles throughout the program that we look at today. Okay. All right. Thank you to everybody who shared. You guys did an awesome job. I am going to stop my video and come back to our PowerPoint screen, and we will continue on. Okay. All right. So yes. So we're going to take a look at how your teacher's guide is set up. So let me ask you guys this. I'm going to stop sharing again for just a second. Have you guys been given login information to get onto our teacher resource site? I see some confused faces. That tells me no. Okay, so really quickly.
Well, some of us have the standard, like we don't have our own personal login information.
But you do have a demo one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Melissa, did you do one of the pilot units?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so some of you do. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to walk you through the resource site. I'm going to walk you through what a teacher's guide looks like, how it's set up. And then at the end of that, I'm going to give you that same demo information that Melissa has. So everybody has a chance to do that. But I'm going to do it after I show you everything, because if not, you guys will be clicking around and not paying attention to me. I know how teachers are. They're as bad as the kids, right? You don't give the kids the information until you're done giving the directions, because they won't be listening. I know how it works. So I'm going to share my screen again. I'm going to go live to that website, kind of walk you through all of those resources. And then when we get done, I'm going to give you that demo login. That probably will be pretty close to break time anyway. So what we'll do is I want everybody to try that demo login, make sure they can get in, and then click around and do that. I'll give you a few minutes to do that, kind of in conjunction with our break, and that way I can answer any questions, okay? All right, so I'm gonna stop my video and share my screen again, and I am going to here. Not that screen. Not that screen, this one. All right, so the website is ckla.amplify.com. You're going to click the login. It's coming. All right, so for the demo, you'll click login with Amplify. You will enter those username and password credentials. And there we go. Okay, as it got to this, Hannah, is it not as blurry anymore? Is it better or is it still blurry? It's improving. Okay. Okay, it may have just taken it a minute to get to this. All right, so when you log in, whether you're using the demo or whether you're using your own, all teachers have access to all grade levels. If you hover over this, you can see, you can click in and get to any grade level at all, okay? I am gonna open up grade 3, and I'm just gonna open up your unit 1. When you open up a unit, you have all of the resources available there. Some of these you're going to get in print, and some of them come just digitally. For grade 3, what you'll get in print is the teacher's guide, the student activity book, and the student reader. The rest of these resources, oh, I said that, you know what, I think you get image cards for unit 1 as well. The rest of these are digital, okay? So you have some digital projections. These flipbook images go along with the read aloud. You've got the cursive activity book, and you've got some essential questions and prompts here. I'm just going to open up the teacher's guide, and we'll kind of walk through the setup of a teacher's guide, and then we'll continue looking at the rest of the resources on the website. All right, regardless of grade level, as you open up your teacher's guide, first thing you're going to see is a table of contents. Okay, this table of contents has the lesson, has the page number, but then it also breaks down the different lesson components and kind of shows you a timing of them, right? So for lesson 1, we've got 45 minutes of speaking and listening. That's your read aloud portion for 3rd grade. You're gonna do some reading skills for 20 minutes, foundational skills for 20 minutes, and then another reading portion for 30 minutes to finish out your 120 minutes for that lesson for the day, okay? All right, so that is your table of contents. If I continue down, each unit also starts with an introduction. The introduction gives you as the teacher background knowledge and pedagogy for what's going to be instructed on in that unit. It's going to break it down by different skills: reading, spelling, grammar, morphology, writing, any of those things. Here's some kind of talks about why we do this unit in CKLA, and then what background knowledge would students have gotten, different units in different grade levels, as well as other, possibly an earlier unit in your grade level. Okay, here's what's going on in writing during this unit. And then in 3rd and 4th grade, at the beginning of unit 1, you have some cursive writing lessons. They're not embedded in your lessons. These are here as a resource if that's something you need to teach your students, but again, it's not embedded in your time. Okay. It's also going to lay out any assessments or performance tasks and what those look like. Talks about the fluency supplement. Here you've got some instructional components, what digital resources, the vocabulary laid out by lesson for the entire unit. And then we get started on the lessons. Again, 3rd and 4th grade, you've got this cursive writing lessons here. They're going to be, again, just housed at the beginning. And you can put them into, wherever you can find time, okay? Next, lesson 1. At the beginning of each lesson, you're gonna have the title, you're gonna have the primary focus, and you've got a primary focus for each component of that lesson. Any formative assessment opportunities, and those are always going to be tied back to one of the focus objectives, okay? Then you've got a lesson at a glance. This gives you the same information that we had in that table of contents, it just breaks it down even further. So in the table of contents, it told you you're doing speaking and listening for 45 minutes with all of these components. This breaks down how each of those components break out into that 45 minutes. So you've got your different components, your grouping, method, timing, and any materials you would need. Okay. Next is an advanced prep section, anything you need to find and bring in. Images you need to have pulled up, digital components you need to have, maybe a chart needs to be made, anything that needs to be ready prior to the lesson starting. Materials you would need, that kind of stuff is going to be listed in your advanced prep section. Okay, here's an example. This is for the game that they are playing during foundational skills. So you'll need to make this for this lesson, and it's included right there. Okay. Here's a note to the teacher, and this would be just kind of calling your attention to, maybe something that students may have difficulty with, or, maybe their vowel pairs that students have difficulty distinguishing. Then anything that we think might just give you a little bit more pedagogy, we've popped a note to the teacher right here before you get started in the lesson. Okay, and then you can see the little squiggly line. It says start lesson. Everything before this was for you. Now it's time to start presenting to the students, right? We've got that speaking and listening. Again, we've time-stamped it here, listed that primary focus. So always thinking back on what's that primary focus. And then here is the information that you're doing, all right? So here's some vocabulary before we start that read aloud. And then here it's time to start introducing the read aloud. So we're going to talk to students about this, really kind of set the stage for that read aloud. As we go through, you're going to see supports, materials in the sidebar. Okay. And here is where we start actually with that read aloud. So in third grade, during those speaking and listening portions, the students are not seeing this text. The only place this text is in your teacher's guide. So students here are really just building listening comprehension, and then there's opportunities to discuss. So they're building those oral discussion techniques as well. Okay, so as you read, as you're looking through, you can see that there's a lot of just regular text here, right? And then we get down to the bottom and we have this highlighted portion. So I always tell my teachers, regular text, that's you in your read aloud voice, right? You're putting on a show, you're doing the voices, things like that. When we get to the bolded, that's the part where you break out of your read aloud voice and into your teacher's voice. You're either clarifying vocabulary or you're asking a question about what you've just read. So kind of bouncing back and forth between that read aloud voice and your teacher voice. Okay, so that's what that looks like. These images, so you show this, that comes from the flip book, and you're reading while students are seeing this image. So again, as you go through all of these lessons, you may see challenges, you may see supports out here in the sidebar that you can use when planning. Okay, some students may need those, maybe you don't have students who need that and you don't have to add that in, but it's there as a resource. So again, continuing through the read aloud, okay, thinking about giving students opportunity to stop and discuss at those places where questions are. Okay, continuing through, you've got supports, you've got challenges. Now we finished the read aloud, it's time for discussion. As you discuss, whether it's a read aloud or a reading time, there's always going to be literal, inferential, and evaluative type questions. Very end, we've got a more formal check for understanding. And then we have one more support in the sidebar. These little raised hand supports give tiered supports for different levels of language acquisition. They're designed just for that, for ELL students with different levels of language acquisition, but any support or challenge could be employed at your discretion for who needs it when they need it. All right. Next, we're going to go on to the next part of this lesson is word work. So we're going to come back to one of those vocabulary words. We got some more supports, and now it's reading time. In this case, we've got this character analysis we're doing is a formative assessment opportunity, and students can, so this Venn diagram here can be a formative assessment opportunity for you to see how students are doing with that comparing and contrasting. Okay, there's a check for understanding. Now we're into foundational skills. So each part of the lesson has that primary focus, has its timestamp, and then it's broken down. The whole lesson is there for you. Okay. Again, with challenges and supports out in the sidebars that you can employ as needed when needed. Continuing through, so now we're into reading time. They're going to read, and you're kind of stepping them through that lesson. Right, paragraph at a time, answering questions. So there's lots of opportunity for them to read and discuss during that reading time as well. And then again, materials in the sidebars. So at the very end of the lesson, you've got a couple of pages in their student workbook that are considered take home, and they can take those home. Sometimes it's a letter to a family, sometimes it's extra practice from what they've been doing in class. Sometimes it's some homework, but doesn't have to be, right? Sometimes it's just for the students who tend to do homework can get a little extra practice, but they don't have to do it in order to, come to school and do the next lesson the next day. And then we're on to lesson 2. So regardless of your grade level, that's how the teacher's guide is set up. Okay, table of contents and that introduction that sets you up for as the teacher to know what's going to be taught. Any assessment is not just formative assessments throughout the lessons, but if there is an end of unit assessment in unit 1, there's a beginning of year assessment, those kinds of things, they're embedded in the lesson and they're part of the timing for that day's lesson. CKLA never says, hey, go teach for 120 minutes and then find time to assess students. If it's assessment day, that's what your teaching time is rounded around. Okay. At the end of your teacher's guide, you're going to have a teacher resource section that gives you some other information. It's going to take just a minute. I scrolled too far. It's thinking about it. That's going to give you some other resources that go along to help remediate or extend in this unit. So here at the end, you also have the answer key for the student workbook pages. Here's a glossary. These are the words that are in their in the back of their student reader. So you have it here, but the students have it in their student reader. Okay, and then you've got some other information here in Unit 1 that it can help you as pedagogy moving forward, but also gives you some information about how to help fill in some gaps for students. Okay, so here is that teacher resource section. We've got those resources here in Unit 1. And each teacher resource section, just like the introduction for each unit, is going to be specific to that unit.
Michelle, I have a question.
Of course.
I remember you mentioning earlier that there was some type of read alouds on the student hub. Is that the student readers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the read alouds or the student readers are on the hubs and they have a read aloud function. So what is in 3rd grade that are labeled speaking and listening, students don't have access to that anywhere else. But I'm going to show you something here in just a second. What students do have access to is this student reader with that audio overlay, right? It'll highlight and it'll read it to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So I have a question in the chat. Yeah, it's a lot of words for Unit 1 glossary. How many lessons in a unit? The number of lessons in a unit depends. It's anywhere from 15 to 25-ish, depending on the unit. So not all units are the same. Remember, 1 lesson per day. Okay. And then remember, I also said that just because a vocabulary word's a vocabulary word doesn't mean we expect, here's the word, match it to the definition, write it in a sentence idea, right? It's about exposure, which is why it's in a glossary, right? If they get to it in their reader and they couldn't remember what it means and they're having trouble figuring it out, they can go to the glossary and then come back. It's about gaining that meaning and repeated exposure. So there are going to be multiple words per lesson, but again, they don't have to walk out of that lesson with that mastered, because those words are going to continue to come up throughout the whole entire unit. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm going to come back to 3rd grade. So you can see here all of your units. You have to grab this tiny little bar here and continue to scroll to the right to get to everything. But again, once you open up that unit, that's everything that you need. You can open up a PDF of the student workbook. You can open up a PDF of the student reader, and then all of those other digital resources that are there to help support with that unit. Okay. We've got some additional resources here that you can explore. 3rd grade has these spelling cards, and we'll take a look at that, at what that looks like and how you would use those. Okay. I'm looking at the chat, and Julia said, Julia, I assume you did one of the pilot units, and said that your class used that read aloud feature quite a bit on the hub. They do, like, kids love listening to stories, don't they?
Oh, they loved it, and we even named the guy who reads. And sometimes I would give them the option, okay, I'm going to read this aloud to you, and I said, oh, we can have Mr. Amplify read. Sometimes they would say, oh, you read it. They usually wanted me to read it. I used to also, for the vocabulary, because at the beginning of each chapter of the book, there's the vocabulary, and I would ask them to go ahead and skim the chapter. You can either have Mr. Amplify read it to you, or you can just skim it and look for those vocabulary words, become familiar with them. And then I would read the chapter aloud to them. And it's a great program. The kids really enjoyed it. We did the Renaissance, which I thought would be too hard for them, but they really got into it. They liked it a lot.
Because that one's really kind of a daunting thought to say, hey, we're going to give 5th graders the Renaissance, right? Like that. You're right. I can see lots of teachers saying that one would be really hard for them, but I'm glad they enjoyed it. That's what I like to say about these topics, is that it's not the same old stuff, right? It's new and it's unique, and some of it is difficult and some of it's tricky, but if they're engaged in it, if they want to learn more about it, they're more likely to put in the effort too. So yeah, I love it. Okay. Emily has a question. Some lessons have us create a poster, especially for the grammar lessons. Typically, you're going to find those in the digital resources. So typically, if there's a poster or a chart, you'd find it in these digital projections that go along. So with each unit that you open up, you'd find those tables or those charts or those posters in these digital projections. And so you can always just open up this digital projection and use that, or you can recreate it on, chart paper or whatever, and then it becomes an anchor chart that can stay up for subsequent lessons, and you don't have to, have this digital up. Okay, awesome. All right, so at the bottom of each grade level, you also have these planning documents that you can kind of dig through. There's a spelling list for the whole year, supplemental grammar lessons, rubrics for the 3 different writing genres. You've got answer keys, a supply list for kind of materials that you may need for the entire year, scope and sequence, pacing, alignments, things like that. Okay, and that's going to be the same for all grade levels. So again, here's 4th grade, here's Unit 1, you have all of the resources that you need. Here's the teacher's guide. In this case, the student activity book and student reader are not here because it's kind of listed right here. There are some, it looks like we've pulled it, just the teacher's guide is here. There's some copyrighted information or copyrighted text in some of these units that we don't have the right to give you digitally. So in this case, that isn't here, but students can still get to that reader through here. Okay. Same thing, 4th grade, here's all your units, additional resources, and then your planning documents. Kristen, in the pacing guide and in your student or in your teacher's guide, PP stands for pausing point. So what we've done is we've plotted out on that pacing guide the number of lessons in a unit, and then we've given you 2 or 3 or sometimes 4 pausing point days. And what that gives you is just some little wiggle room, right? Maybe you had a fire drill and you had to push back your lessons one day, right? So you've got a little cushion there in the pacing for the whole year. Maybe you've given your end of unit assessment and you're like, oh my gosh, these 4 kids still need work on this. These 3 kids still need work on this, and everybody else was okay, but they could still use some extra practice. I'm going to take a pausing point day. I'm going to pull those lessons out of the pausing point. I'm going to do some remediation with these kids who are still struggling with this skill. I'm going to do some work with them who are those kids who are still struggling with this grammar skill. Everybody else can do these 2 tasks you know, independently, and that gives them a little bit more practice. And now I've shored up these skills instead of moving on to the next unit before, you know, and you know, building in yet another gap, right? So we've just given, it just gives you a little bit of wiggle room within the pace of the whole year. All right, so those are your grade level materials. Now let's take a look at all of these other tabs at the top. So many of the things that are in this multimedia tab are what we have turned into our student hub. As you're looking as the teacher, we do have that book kind of in a digital format. You can also pull up the PDF of it and show it on your screen if that's helpful. We do have in this tab audio files. It's not connected to the book, but it's an audio file, right? So if instead of pulling up the student hub and having him read it out loud, you might just want to download this audio file, have the students follow along, and you can do that there. Okay, the vocab app is on the student hub as well. So we'll take a look at all of that there. Okay, quests, we kind of talked a little bit about earlier. In each grade level at 3, 4, and 5, you have what we call a quest. The 3rd grade is your Vikings. It goes along with that Vikings unit. Okay, the quest and that Vikings unit is still your 120 minutes for that week or so that you're in the quest and in the regular unit. It's just a little more interactive, things like that. We'll take a look a little bit more closely towards the end. 4th grade is Eureka. Eureka is your unit 4, and it's called a quest because it's not a typical unit. It's not a, here's a student reader, we're going to do grammar and we're going to do spelling. It's more interactive. It's basically run like a game show for inventors, right? And so students get to learn a little bit about famous inventors like Thomas Edison and George Washington Carver. They get to become inventors themselves. It's there's reading that goes along with it, so they are going to be practicing reading skills. They're writing. They are it's collaborative, so they're working with partners or in small groups to do these things. There's lots of oral presentations, hands-on experiments, and again, they get to pretend they're part of a game show and kind of work through that. Okay, grade 5 is your Midsummer Night's Dream. And obviously that's going to be a lot of acting it out and things like that. It's collaborative as well, lots of creative writing and things like that. So again, it's not here's a student reader, we're answering comprehension questions, we're doing grammar, we're doing those. It's a little more interactive and applying those reading skills in different ways. So those are the units that we call quests. Okay. At 4 and 5, you also have these writing quests that are in addition to the regular units. You kind of pop in and out of those. If you look at the pacing guide, you can see where these kind of fit in, and what they actually do is take the place of pausing point days. So you do unit 1, and then you've got like 4 days of pausing point days, and instead of using those to remediate skills that are missing, you would do the first 4 writing contraption lessons. And that's just how it works. I typically tell my first year implementation at 4 and 5, maybe not even touch this. You guys are going to have a lot to learn with CKLA, just doing the core program, as well as your students, just getting into the routine and the practice of that core program and meeting the rigor of it. So again, the contraption and the robot are embedded in writing, but they do not have to be done to meet writing standards in CKLA. They're above and beyond. Okay. All right, so those are quests. Under this reading tab, you have, again, those audio files and those ebooks, but you also have novel guides. So if you are in intervention, say, right, and you've got a group of students who really don't have any skills gaps that you need to target and remediate, maybe they can be working on one of these 2 novels that are aligned here for each grade level. Okay, that's really kind of how those were designed. Both writing and English learners are companion programs that you can do in addition to CKLA, so I'm not worried about those right now. But I do want to show you this professional learning tab. So as you click here and then click Launch Site, okay, we have some additional resources. And a lot of these resources came out of needs for COVID, right? So we've got a lot of remote and hybrid learning resources. Professional learning, if you want to dig into more of the science of reading and things like that. There's lots of things here. We've got training resources, so things that support the trainings that we're doing are listed here. And then any enhancements are going to be here. And right now that's kind of our, some RTI resources. It's not a program, it's some resources. So those are going to be listed here. What I wanted to show you though was in this remote and hybrid learning resource tab. Okay, so we've got instructional resources and planning resources. I know you guys have been remote and or hybrid, most of the year, as is most of the country. So we've got some planning resources here that can kind of help you think about, if you've got less time and stuff like that. We're going to go through the rest of our training today with the positive mindset that come the beginning of 2021-2022 school year. We're all back in class and things like that. But know that we've got some of these resources, if something happens or things like that. But I wanted to show you the instructional resources. So right now we've got editable activity books. So for your grade level, we've got those student activity books in a fillable PDF form so that you can take, today's assignments and upload it to Google Classroom or Seesaw or whatever it is you're using so students can get to that. We also have these recorded read alouds, and we only had them for K2 for the knowledge strand, but they have started adding grade 3. So the student reader, again, being read aloud is on the student hub, but those read alouds that are in grade 3 listed as speaking and listening. And I told you the only place that text is in that teacher's guide, right? The students aren't seeing the text, but we now have those read alouds as a recording. So, you know, maybe you want to trick it up. I'm reading aloud today. Tomorrow, we'll listen to the recording. They're going to get it as just the read aloud. It doesn't pause and clarify vocabulary. It doesn't pause and ask questions. But as you're going through, you can hit pause and ask those questions, you know, as you're following along. But this is a good resource. You know, maybe just like with the student readers, you want students to have a double dose of that text, or maybe you had somebody who was absent yesterday, send them this recording, then at least they have that background knowledge, kind of an idea. Okay, so those are there. They did start with Unit 7. They just started uploading these. So there isn't any of the previous units right now because this is where teachers are in this school year. So they're going to finish out recording the rest of this school year. So they've got Unit 11 left to do, and then they'll go back in and start. So by BOY, Units 1 through 6 should be there as well for grade 3. Okay. And then, so we've got some other things that are a little bit more aligned to K2, but all of these resources, again, when you go to that professional learning site, you can dig in to all 4 of these tabs and see all of the resources that are there. Okay, oops. All right, and then the last thing I'm going to show you is, if it'll let me come back to my screen. Come on. There it goes. So if we are at this teacher resource, in the demo, I can get to the Student Hub right here. So I launch programs and launch the Student Hub. Your students will have their own login and it'll take them directly to the Student Hub. So as the demo, I can choose which grade level I want to look at. When your students get on, they're going to be assigned a grade level. You should be assigned a grade level as well when you get your own real login. But for demo purposes, right, you can see everything. So students get to the vocabulary app, right? They have the student library, and then they have the Spanish student library as well. Then this is simply the student readers translated into Spanish. We don't have any Spanish language instruction, any of those things. But if that's a scaffold that could help students with background knowledge is, you know, if they are truly bilingual and can read it in their language as well as here, then the resource and the support is there. Okay, all right, so the student library is simply this. Here are the student readers, okay? And they look just like the PDF of the student reader or the actual print copy, but they have that ability to read aloud to students. So as you open up a student reader, there's obviously going to be a table of contents, right? So you can do that. You can come here and hop to the correct chapter, or students can just arrow through. And when it gets to a page that's able to be read aloud, this little button highlights, and if you click it, it will highlight and read for them. Okay. All right. As the teacher, you guys still see this up at the top. So there's a teacher's guide that kind of gives you more information about the vocabulary, the library, all the information that you can gain from this. So that teacher's guide is there for you. The students don't see that though. Okay? As the teacher, when you're here and you want to go back to the resource site, you would click here and leave. Okay. All right, so those are kind of the Michelle's highlights of what is on the teacher resource site. Okay. So that's actually a really good question. And right now we don't have a way for students to get access to the younger grades. You have access to that here in that multimedia tab as the teacher. The sound library is here. There's not a way to get it on the student hub, but I'm wondering if, look, you could go through, I mean, this is going to be a lot of work. It looks like you can go through and download. So maybe you've got students who could benefit from, maybe not all of them, but some of them. Maybe, you know, in whatever online format you're using right now, you know, whether it's Google Classroom or whatever, maybe you could start to build out that as a resource. You'd have to go in and download them all and create that file. But there isn't right now a way for them to get to that because only K2 students can see that via the hub right now. Again, you've got access to it. So, you know, during intervention, if that would be helpful for students, they could certainly do that. You could use it as a teacher resource. But I think the only way to get it to the students would be you'd have to go in and actually download each of them and kind of create a file that you could then give them access to. Okay. All right, so before I come back to you, I'm going to share this screen. And this is that demo login information. So feel free to write this down, take a snapshot, you know, picture with your camera, whatever. This is the demo login. You will get your own login as well as your students are going to get logins to get to the hub. But for now, go ahead and use this. So again, that website is ckla.amplify.com. Make sure you're clicking the login button for second edition. Okay. For this demo, you've got to use that login with Amplify button. And then here is the username and demo password. Okay. All right, so here's what I want you to do. It's break time. I want you to take a break. Don't stay in your seat because I know how hard that is. But also make sure that you can get in using this demo login, you know, save it on your computer or whatever you need to do. And I will be here to answer questions. So with your break, you know, kind of start clicking around and looking at some of those resources. Okay. Let me see, I'm looking at time. It is 9:20 here, so 10:20 there. So let's shoot for 10:35 to come back and we'll get started. I will be here for questions during break, but let's go ahead and shoot for a 15-minute break along with exploring the website, okay? All right, guys, my clock shows 9:35, so 10:35 your time. If you are back, go ahead and turn your cameras on or show me a thumbs up. Okay, do y'all do this every time you turn your camera on? You got to go like this and fix your hair. I do it every time. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. But I do it every time. All right, I hope everybody got up and at least stretched your legs just a little bit. Grab a drink. Was everybody able to use that login or whichever one you've got to log in? Nobody had trouble with that? Okay, all right, were you able to click around a little bit or did you truly take your break, get up and walk away? Because I'm okay with that too, just so long as you're logged in and you can get back to it later. Okay, all right, any questions as you were clicking around? Okay.
I have a question, sorry.
No, go ahead, Mary.
I'm third grade, and one of the units that we do in science is animal adaptations and whatnot. So one of the units is animal adaptations and classifications and whatnot. Which way should we go with what we're doing? Should we move what we're doing in science to the literature time? Because it has to go in order in that aspect?
Yeah, so the answer is the way the CKLA units are laid out should stay in that order. One, background knowledge in CKLA, but more importantly, the content and the rigor of what we're asking students to read and produce is different and grows throughout the year, right? So what we're asking them to do in personal narratives or in The Wind in the Willows, right, is vastly different than what we're asking them to do in that last unit. And so if you start rearranging, then you get a program that's asking for expectations that you haven't taught because it would have been in the unit leading up to that, but you moved it someplace. Now, the other thing to do is you don't have to move your science unit. The benefit of students getting a double dip in something is vast, right? So if you keep your science units the way that they've been aligned and you do CKLA first, when it comes to that science unit in science, they're gonna be like, I know this, right? And it's just another exposure to it. And same vice versa, right? If you did your science unit first and then they come to it in CKLA, think of the background knowledge and the vocabulary they're already building. So keep CKLA in the alignment that it is, but also think about maybe you don't have to realign anything simply because it's okay. All they're doing is just bringing more background to it, and think about the deeper you can go in that science unit if they've already gotten the background in CKLA. And animal classification isn't necessarily the one I think of with lots of hands-on, but think about the more hands-on things you can do if they've already got some of that content background for that unit in CKLA, and then you come across it in science. So the short answer is don't change the alignment of CKLA, but also don't even feel like you have to change your alignment for your science or social studies either to meet up with it. Was there any part of those resources online that you are super excited about going in and exploring more?
Actually, I have a quick question.
Sure.
I just wrapped up the Renaissance unit, and I was looking at the online resources, the workbook. The assessment pages aren't there. Is there a reason for that? I could really use those.
In the student workbook?
The PDF that's online, yeah. I mean the editable PDF that's online. Because I was pretty excited about that. I can share.
No, yeah, share your screen and let me see, because it would, if you already got it pulled up, it'd take me a long time to get there.
Actually, it's hard for me to share because it's a downloaded file on my computer, so I can't share a tab.
Well, I'm writing a note to myself. During lunch today, let me explore this and see if I can come up with an answer for you.
Okay, because every other page is there. It's just not, it's less than less than 15.
Okay, the assessment pages are not there.
Right.
Okay, yeah. Let me, during lunchtime, I will see if I can figure out an answer for you.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Okay. All right, other questions or things that you are super excited about? Right now, you still really don't know what you don't know at this point, right? Yeah, okay, so then let's dive back in. We are gonna now start with taking a look at these different lesson components. What are the pieces to a 3-5 lesson that you might run across, okay? So when we were looking through the teacher's guide, right, at the beginning of every lesson, we talked about this. You are going to have those primary focus. It's going to be a student will statement that kind of connects to the content, but also links to the standard, right? And that standard number is going to be listed there. So for each part of the lesson, you will have, 1 or 2 primary focus for that piece of the lesson, for that component. And then if there are any formative assessment opportunities, those will always be tied to one of those primary focus and that standard. Okay. Right. So diving in, let's take a look at reading and then speaking and listening. Okay. So again, 3rd grade has 120 minutes daily of instruction. You have this chart on page 8 in your participant notebook if you wanted to look at it there as well. Okay. Part of your 120 minutes at 3rd grade is that speaking and listening. That speaking and listening is your daily read aloud. And I've said this before, the students are not seeing the text. Okay, this is a complete listening comprehension activity for them. They are seeing pictures, they are seeing images, but they are not seeing the text. You have that text in your teacher's guide, but the students don't see it. Okay. Then if in 3rd grade, you will also have parts to your lesson that are labeled reading. So think about those labels as what the heavy lift of the student is doing. During speaking and listening, the students are building listening comprehension and speaking, oral vocabulary and oral language skills. During reading time, the students are doing the decoding, the students are reading. Okay, so during reading time, the students will have their student reader, and that's where the text comes from. Okay, obviously, if you're doing the read aloud, you're doing that whole group. But during reading time, the grouping could be you're doing it whole group. You may be doing small groups. You may be doing partners or independent work. And we'll talk a little bit more about what those groupings in CKLA look like. Okay. In 4th and 5th, you only need 90 minutes for that core instruction. 1 lesson per day takes 90 minutes. Okay. Most of your time is going to be under the heading of reading. Again, if it's reading, that means the students are doing the decoding, right? That's their heavy lift. That reading comes out of the student readers. Now, there may be times where as the teacher, you are reading aloud today's text or part of today's text, but the students always see that text in 4 or 5, okay? The students will always see that text under that reading heading. In 3rd grade, you may read aloud from the student reader during reading time as well. But again, if it's reading time, the students have that text. During the speaking and listening in 3rd grade is the only time where the students don't have the text in front of them. Okay. All right, 4th and 5th grade reading time, just like in 3rd, could be a read aloud, could be whole group, could be small group, could be partner or independent time. Okay. Every once in a while, you will see a speaking and listening header sprinkled throughout 4th and 5th grade. Okay, it is more of a time where the students are going to take the reading that they've already done and then do some speaking or listening with it. Okay, but those are kind of just few and far between. They're just kind of sprinkled in there, not as many. Okay. All right, so here's an example of what we, kind of the flow of what a speaking and listening lesson looks like and what a reading lesson looks like. Speaking and listening at that 3rd grade, first you're going to introduce a read aloud, then you're going to present the read aloud with discussion and vocabulary during. And then at the end, you kind of wrap up and discuss that read aloud again. And then you have word work. So you're going to take one of the vocabulary words for the day and spend 5 minutes building some more capacity around that word. Okay. Now reading time, whether it's 3rd or 4th or 5th, this is how it's going to go. You're going to introduce the chapter, set the purpose for reading, do the reading in some way, whether it's read aloud, whole group, small group, independent reading, partner reading, with discussion throughout. Discuss the chapter and wrap up at the end. And then at 4th and 5th, your word work is going to be at the end of your reading. Typically 3rd grade, your word work is going to follow a speaking and listening. Okay, but again, one of the vocabulary words from the lesson, you come back and build some more capacity around it. Okay, word work is 5 minutes at the end of either a speaking and listening or a reading lesson. Okay, so whether they're listening and comprehending and discussing or reading and comprehending and discussing, we're still going to follow pretty well the same format. Okay, all right, so what we get to do now is we get to actually watch a video of a 3rd grade teacher presenting a reading lesson as a read aloud. So because the heading is reading, the students have their book in front of them, right? The teacher is reading aloud, but she's reading aloud during reading time. So the students have their book in front of them, okay? So this is just like we just looked at for reading time. She's introducing the chapter. She's then going to do the reading with vocabulary and discussion throughout, and then there'll be time for wrap up. This is the rest of that entire lesson. So they do have writing later in the day as well as some language later in the day. For right now, all we're doing is focusing on this reading. Okay. All right, on page 9, you have this guiding question. How does the teacher set the students up for success with this chapter? Okay, you have a place to take notes, so feel free to do that while we watch the teacher introduce the chapter and the read aloud. So I want you to think about what the teacher is doing. How is she making sure that the students are going to be ready for this new chapter? How is she keeping engagement up? All of those things that we know to do during a lesson to make sure our students are successful.
So who is ready to preview some vocabulary? You're gonna love these 2 words. We only have 2 today, and one of them, I have a feeling we're gonna get some giggles, okay? So we might have to get the giggles out in some way. The very first word, ready, you're gonna say it with me, is belch. Belch. How many of you have heard the word belch? Raise your hand if you've heard that word. And it's okay if you haven't. So you've heard of the word. How many of you know what that means? You know what it means? All right. So what's it mean, Abigail?
A very loud, deep burp.
A very loud, deep burp, right? So wait a minute. Who thinks they can imitate a loud, deep burp?
No.
A loud, deep burp. You guys think? Do you think I can? Yeah. Think I might? Wait a minute. You want me to? I want you to. I want to see. Brendan, you think? Oh, I think I just heard a belch. Excuse you. I love the manners. So Brendan just belched, right? I have a great connection. How many of you have seen the movie Elf? Okay. My favorite and my husband's favorite part, right, is for those of you that haven't seen it, okay, Elf loves sugar. And so he downs this 2 liter of Coca-Cola, like the whole thing. And then he lets out this loud belch. And I mean, it's loud. It's like, and then he looks at everybody and he says, "Did you hear that?" Yeah. He did. So the A's. Turn to your partner and tell him what a belch is. All right, as soon as you're done, I'll know you are ready to go when I see your moose antlers. Show me your moose antlers. Team 2, you actually yesterday summarized the plan is made, and that was the story we read before this wedding feast, right? So Lily, go ahead and Maggie, if you want to help her, like hold her whiteboard, and she's going to present to us and kind of review for us what we did from a plan is made, okay? Abigail, yeah, you're good there, honey. All right, go ahead, Lily, so we can all see.
Title was The Plan is Made. The characters were Thor, Loki, Odin, and Freya. The setting was Asgard and Jotunheim. And the plot was Thrym stole Thor's hammer. They dressed Thor as Freya and Loki as the maid of honor to get Thor's hammer back.
All right, so they went, they had to make this plan, right? Why do they have to make this plan? Why did they have to make this plan? Why did a plan have to be made? Sully?
So they could get Thor's hammer back.
So they could get Thor's hammer back. Think about the end of that chapter, a plan is made, and I want you to think what might be happening coming up in our next chapter. Now, our next chapter is the wedding feast, right? And we know some of our main characters. We know what's going to happen. We don't quite know how it's going to end, right? So we need to make some predictions. Good readers make good predictions, and they think about what might happen next, right? So I'm going to partner you up, and then you and your partner are going to talk, and on your clipboard, you're going to write down as many predictions as you might have for the next chapter, okay? So we'll partner up like we do A's and B's. So we're going to start by sharing a prediction, and then A's, you will go next, okay? And then you'll keep going back and forth. I'm going to give you about 2 minutes to make as many predictions as you can. Thumbs up if you're following. Yeah? What questions do you have before you do that? Liam? Yeah, so Ben, can I borrow that? So you are going to write your predictions on this piece of paper. You're going to write as many as you can here. Good clarifying question, Liam. Anybody else? Any other questions? What questions do you have? All right, so about 2 minutes for you and your partner to talk and to write down as many things as you can. Go ahead. As you finish up your predictions, I want you and your partner to choose, each one of you can choose one prediction to put on a sticky note, okay? So one prediction to put on one of your sticky notes. So each partner should have a sticky note filled out for their prediction. All right, do I have anybody left that needs to still put a prediction up? No, all set? All right. So I see a lot of the same word up here for some predictions, and that word is read some of the predictions that we have that you guys made. So it says Thor will get mad at Thrym when he gets his hammer back. He will rip Thrym, I don't know, his clothing. Oh, but wait a minute, that reminds me, it's called the wedding feast, right? So how many of you have been to a wedding before? How many have been to a that's okay. If you've been to a wedding, raise your hand. Okay, so what's happened at a wedding? Like, what's a wedding all about? What's a wedding all about? What do you think, Greg? You forgot? You were there, you were having a good time, you forgot what the wedding was about? It's a good time, right? You get to be with a bunch of people, but what's it about? What is a wedding? What's a wedding? Maggie?
About love.
Okay, about love. So what happens at this wedding? Noel?
Get married.
People get married. You sounded very serious. Next, I need you to use your table of oh, Mrs. So bad. Table of contents, thank you so much. And I want you to find our next chapter, right? So we want to use our text features. We want to go to our table of contents. We want to find our next chapter, which is chapter 5, I believe. And then, Zoe, what page is that on for us, honey?
That is on 48.
48, awesome. So let's turn to page 48. As soon as you're there, I'll know you're there when your hand is just on the page like this.
Okay, so take just a minute to kind of, finish up your notes you were taking. And let's talk. What did you see that teacher doing?
I thought it was nice to see, oh, sorry, Leanne.
That's okay, go ahead.
I thought it was nice to see her bring in like a connection that she's had. Whereas like anytime like in my experiences of trying a new curriculum, you have to like stick to that and follow it. But it was a lot more personable and engaging that she could go off on that little tangent to make a stronger connection.
And the lesson said, preview the vocabulary belch, right? She knew she had a room full of 8-year-old boys, right? And it took her 30 seconds. It didn't go off on a 20-minute tangent and throw her timing all off, but she was able to help make that connection for them. I loved it too. Yep. What else? Leanne, you had something.
Yeah, I actually kind of wrote down a lot. So I started with that she introduced the vocab, and then, like Kristen said, made meaningful connections to their lives. And then she did a turn talk and made them use the vocabulary in their language. And then reviewed the story elements from the previous chapter and then had them predict for the next chapter.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. What else? What else did you guys observe?
In addition to her making the connection, she also modeled, and she used humor, and humor is very engaging.
Yeah. And like I said, she knew her audience, right? The other vocabulary word is fast. So before this wedding feast, they had to fast, right? So they didn't eat. That word's not as engaging as belch, obviously, right? So you kind of pick and choose, right? And if you also too, if you've got 9 vocabulary words, can you spend that much time on all of them? No, right? So get to the ones, give them some background before they get started. But she knew how to hook her kids into to get started in this lesson for sure. Okay. Yeah, anytime you can model it, put some sort of kinesthetic movement with it, those kinds of things are going to help make connections for students. Okay. What else?
I like that she had them use the table of contents. So she's like kind of bringing in text features of nonfiction text too.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously that's not something new, right? She wasn't teaching text features at that point. She was just holding them accountable for using them, right? And it took her 2 seconds to say, instead of saying, turn to page 54 today, use your a table of contents, and then she couldn't even say it, but use your table of contents and find the chapter. And so that was just her way of holding them accountable for those text features that she's already taught them about. Okay. I know you guys can't see this lesson, but as I'm looking at it, the only thing that she did that varied at all from the way the lesson is written is her talking about the movie Elf with the word belch. That's it. Everything else that she did is written already in this lesson. Reviewing the story, doing the predictions with a partner and putting them on the T-chart. All of that is already here for you. All she had to do was find that one little hook, and it was that movie Elf and that word belch that hooked kids in for the day. And then she just went on with the lesson as written. Okay. All right. Were there any other things that you noticed? Okay. I know it's edited and sometimes it's hard to see, but the kids all had a voice, right? A couple of times, turn to your partner, and then the predicting they had a partner. So lots of opportunity to engage all students here.
Okay. And I think too, she showed their work. It wasn't that they did it and then it didn't go anywhere. They did it and she posted it and it was there to refer to. So each kid saw why they did their piece of it.
Yes. So with the Post-it notes in the prediction, those went up on the board, and then the reviewing with the title, characters, setting, and then the plot, that was yesterday's story. That's how they reviewed yesterday's story, where they had to fill all of that out. So it was all there. You could see those boards around. And so that's how they reviewed. So yes, there would not have been a student who would have said, she gave this assignment and the students say, is this for a grade, right? Doesn't matter if it's for a grade, because she may call on me tomorrow to share this work. So it shows the students that everything that they did, all the things that they're doing are valuable and that kind of an idea. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right, well, let's keep moving. I'm keeping an eye on my time. We've got 45 minutes until lunch, so we have plenty of time to keep moving. Okay. All right, so on page 10, down at the bottom, you have this kind of points to remember. So when we're introducing the chapter or a read aloud, we want to set students up for success, right? Reviewing important background knowledge, giving them some content that they may need, vocabulary. The only thing we didn't see her do was set a purpose for the reading. And the reason for that is she's going to be presenting this as a read aloud. The way the lesson is set up, there is a purpose for each individual page of this story. So typically, before a read aloud, before a speaking and listening, or before sending students off to read independently, you would set the purpose for them. Why are they reading this today? In this case, she's going to set a separate purpose for each page. So we will see that in the next section of the video. Okay. All right, so remember I told you earlier we were going to talk about the different reading lesson types. And what those kind of look like. So when you are doing a read aloud, a speaking and listening read aloud, you are doing the read aloud, students are all together, and then all that the students are seeing are these images, right? That speaking and listening at 3rd grade, this would be the format. Students are listening to you read aloud, and what they're seeing is the image from the flip book, okay? You may be doing a read aloud during reading time, either at 3rd or 4th or 5th. Again, you're doing the read aloud. Students are whole group. But the students then see the text, right? That read aloud is coming from their student reader. That would be during reading time, and that could happen at 3rd or 4th or 5th. The video we're going to watch is an example of this. Okay, all right. Sometimes there are other images that help support this read aloud, but again, the students still see the text in their reading. Okay, we kind of talked about this chart earlier when we were talking about our design principles. Students' listening comprehension far outpaces their reading comprehension, and this chart kind of shows that, right? So these blue bars are listening comprehension ability, and the red bars are reading comprehension ability. So we can see that for 3rd, 4th, 5th graders, right, in this range, they still are able to listen and comprehend at a much more complex level than they can read and comprehend. So that's the reason why we continue to give students read alouds, because it can help build background, it can help build vocabulary. We're giving a good model of what oral reading sounds like. They're getting a good model of the way authors use words and things like that. So we're still helping build that capacity. If they can listen and comprehend, they're able to take that comprehension into their reading as well. Okay. All right. Another grouping method for reading time would be whole group. In this case, all the students are going through the text at the same pace, and the teacher is controlling that. Whether it is the teacher doing some close, right, CLOZ, close technique, where they read and then pause and everybody pops in with the next word, or whether the teacher reads a sentence and then you do some popcorn reading around the room, or whether you're choral reading, but the teacher is controlling the pace at which you get through the text. Okay, so that's whole group. Partner reading, again, everybody's reading the same text, but now it's time to turn a little bit of that control over to students, but still give them a scaffold. Their buddy is their scaffold now, as instead of the teacher being the scaffold, their buddy's the scaffold, and they can work together to maneuver through that text. Okay. Small group reading in CKLA does not equal guided reading groups, okay? Small group reading in CKLA means simply I need to decide Who in my room can do this either independently or with a buddy as a scaffold and still access the text? And who needs me as the teacher to help them access the text? You'll notice that as I've clicked through this reading, the different reading grouping methods, you'll notice that the text stays exactly the same, right? All students are reading the same text, regardless of the grouping method, okay? There are no differentiated texts. The differentiation comes when you as the teacher determine how much scaffolding a student needs to be able to access this text, okay? So small group reading, you have a small group, you have those students who need you as the teacher to access this text, and everybody else is either reading independently or reading with a buddy, okay? And then obviously independent reading time. Okay. Your lesson plans tell you the grouping method, okay? But know that you as the teacher can make some decisions based on the needs of your students. Unless it is independent or a summative assessment time, if it says independent reading and you've got kids who you know can't do it, pull them into a small group or give them a buddy. Right? We want students to be doing the reading. We don't always want to default to let's let the story read it out loud to me or let me read it out loud. We want students to be doing the reading, but we also have to know where their, kind of toes off the cliff is, right? We don't want them frustrated. And so we as the teachers have the ability to change that grouping method based on what our students need. Okay. There's also opportunities for close reading, right? Multiple readings into the text, looking back at it for different levels or different layers of meaning. Okay. All right. Questions about grouping methods? Okay, or those definitions of what those look like. Okay. What you get to do now is you get to look through your Unit 1 table of contents. And what we've done is gone in and kind of overlaid those grouping methods so that you can see across an entire unit what those grouping methods look like. Okay. So for example, here in this lesson, they're doing partner reading. Okay. And then they go into the speaking and listening. Right? So partner reading, they've got to support. The speaking and listening portion for today is going to build background knowledge for that topic in a later reading, right? Tomorrow's reading may build on what was in speaking and listening today. Here's an example, lesson 4, they do a whole group reading of chapter 3, and then the next day in lesson 5, they're going to read chapter 4, but they're going to do it as partners, okay? So in your table of contents, you've got, starting on page 11, you have a grade 3 table of contents for Unit 1, then you've got a grade 4 table of contents for Unit 1, then you've got a grade 5 table of contents for Unit 1. So I want you to just glance through that, through the entire unit, and kind of take a look at the grouping method and how it changes from the beginning of that unit towards the end. So grade 3 is page 11 to 14. Grade 4 is 15 to 17. And then grade 5 is 18 to 20. So just taking a look at the reading portions and look at that grouping method throughout, okay? I'm going to give you about 3 minutes. All right. What are some things you noticed as you looked through that table of contents at the reading and those grouping methods? Okay. Feel free to unmute or to pop it into chat, either way.
It starts off with a lot of whole group partner reading and then builds into independent reading as they get more comfortable with it.
Yeah, so you're not going to send them to independent reading on day one of school, right? You're going to build that up, right? Gradually release that just a little bit, and I would even venture to say, did my third grade teachers notice that there was a whole lot of whole group almost all the way through that unit, right? So third grade, we're still going to really scaffold and support for students. At fourth and fifth, we can turn them loose a little bit earlier. But again, you have the control of that. You're not changing the text, but you can change how much scaffold and support each student needs. Or your class as a whole, right? If the class as a whole is not ready to be turned loose of whole group, or you're still stepping them through that text, then continue that way. Okay. All right. Anybody have any questions about grouping methods? What that means in CKLA? Anything else you noticed or questions with that table of contents? Okay. Awesome. All right, I'm going to come back to my PowerPoint. We're going to keep going. Okay. So we kind of talked about this a little bit already, right? But the million-dollar question is, what do we do for those students who aren't ready to tackle this really rich, complex text independently? Okay. And so the answer is really twofold. We've talked about it already, what to do in class, right? During core time, right? We're not changing their text.
I'm unable to hear you.
Same.
Same.
Same. I'm glad you said that. I was blaming my cat. She bumped into the computer and then I couldn't hear anything.
One. Am I back? Did I blip for a minute? Y'all, it's raining here. Not a bad storm, but it is Texas in the springtime. So let's cross our fingers. I am going to stay on my phone, not on the Wi-Fi that my computer's on, and maybe cross our fingers. If I lose you here, I'll still be here and I won't be completely gone. Okay, so I'm back. Y'all, I was saying some really good stuff too. Let's come back and we'll try this again. Okay, so kind of that million-dollar question, right? What do we do for students who aren't reading independently on grade level? During core time, everyone deserves on grade level core instruction. So we are not changing the activity. We are not changing the reader. Everybody deserves on grade level core instruction. So what we have to do then is change how we help these students. Some students need more scaffolding than others to get to there. So you can change that reading format, partners, small groups. We can put them with the student hubs so they can listen to it as a, those kinds of things, the audio books, and again, that text being read to them. Now, I want to caution you, do not always default to let them listen to it or read it out loud, right? The the point of reading time, remember we said that reading title means that's the student's heavy lift. This is their time to practice decoding. They have to put some miles on the page or they're never going to get better. We just have to do it in a way that scaffolds and supports them so that they don't become frustrated, right? So there's really that fine line between I'm going to scaffold you, I'm here to help, and I want you to try some on your own, even if you're not the best at it or if you're not comfortable, you know, those kinds of things. You guys know how to play that game, okay? So the other thing that has to happen is we got to figure out why they're not on grade level, right? And so that is that intervention time that we kind of talked about at the beginning of the day, right? 120 minutes for third, 90 minutes for core for 4-5. But then what does that intervention time look like? At you know, outside of that core time? If you've got students who are not reading on grade level, chances are they're missing some phonics or maybe even some phonemic awareness skills. So you've got to get really diagnostic in what skills are those that are missing. And then during that remediation time, I can really target those skills, fill in those gaps. If I can fill in those phonics decoding gaps, guess what's going to happen to their reading? It's going to improve. Their fluency, their comprehension, those are going to improve because I have done this remediation outside of that time, okay? So both of those things really have to happen. And again, the program itself tells you those grouping formats, but you know your students, you know how much scaffolding and support they need, you know, across your whole class as well as your individual students, and so you can make those decisions. Okay. Right. So we're not going to do this. We kind of just talked about it, but stamping the learning here, kind of those important things to remember on the bottom of page 21, that there are different reading lesson types. Read aloud, whole group, partner, small group, independent reading, right? They are scaffolded throughout the unit to support that comprehension, to support that gradual release, but that the teacher has the discretion to change that to support students so that all students are able to access that text, okay? And then always remember that that speaking and listening at third grade is that read aloud and the students don't see the text, okay? All right, we get to actually watch this read aloud lesson. We watched her introduce this chapter. We get to watch her present this read aloud, whole group read aloud of the wedding feast. Okay, on page 22, you have these guiding questions. Again, you can take notes there or however you're taking notes. And when we get done, we will talk about it. So remember when we talked about those design principles, I said to look for examples of that. This is a great place to look for examples. On page 22, you have all 6 of those listed. So you can kind of look at that. You also, in question 2, it asks about the primary focus objectives. How is our students building towards success with those? And you have those listed out as well. So you can see what the primary focus for this reading portion of this lesson was. And then thinking about materials and engagement as we're watching this clip of her present chapter 5 as a read aloud. Okay.
Okay, we ready? Show me your bookworms. Show me you're ready to follow along. Ready to go? All right, tap your partner if they're not there yet. Tap them if they don't have their bookworm ready. All right, here we go. When his wedding arrived, Thrym was as happy as a giant could be. When he saw Freya's chariot approaching, he felt his heart racing. He had been madly in love with Freya for years. He did not think he would ever get her to marry him, but now it seemed that his dreams were coming true. "Welcome, fair bride," he called out. Thor and Loki stepped out of the chariot. Thrym came forward. He tried to welcome his bride with a kiss, but Loki pushed him away. "Not yet," Loki said in his most girlish voice. Uh-oh, I gotta back up. "Not yet," Loki said in his most girlish voice. "Not until you are married." Okay. So remember, what's their plan? Why did they have Yeah, we had to get Thor's hammer back, right? All right, when I turn to page 50, when you're on page 50, I want you to think about this question. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? Okay, I'm going to repeat it one more time. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? All right, show me your bookworms. You ready to follow along? I've got one person, two people ready. 3, 4, 5. All right, here we go. Thrym led his guests to a table. They sat down to enjoy the wedding feast. Thor was hungry. What did Thor, dressed as Freya, do as soon as everyone sat down for the wedding feast? All right, so my B's, you're going to start the conversation. Turn to your partner and whisper to them what happened. What did Thor do? So who's whispering? You or Ben? Okay. All right, bum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Bum, bum. Next, A's. You are going to turn and you're going to share with your partner. What did Loki tell Thrym was the reason that Freya ate so much? Okay, so go ahead. A's, share with your partner.
Well, he said
As soon as you're ready, show me your moose antlers. All right. Greg, tell us, what did Thor do as soon as he sat down at that table? He ate a lot, right? He started eating a whole bunch, yeah? And then Noel, what did he do after he ate all that? He burped, he belched, right? He let out a big belch. So why did Loki was a little nervous, right? There was that sentence in here, it said, Loki saw the danger. Loki saw the danger. What do you think he meant by that? Loki saw the danger. Ethan?
Loki saw the danger that, like, Thrym was maybe going to catch him.
Okay, so Thrym might catch on to their plan, right? So he was a little worried. So he made up an excuse, right? And he said that Freya ate so much. Why, Abigail? Why did Freya eat so much?
Because for 8 days, she hasn't ate or drank, and she fasted all her food.
Right. All right, you ready? Let's keep figuring out what's going on. Flip the page. Go to page 52.
I don't like this picture right here. Gives me chills.
All right, I want us, as we read together, I want you to find out what happened when Thrym brought the hammer to Freya. Freya, right? It's not really Freya. Who is it?
Thor.
Tell me together. Who is it?
Thor.
Right? At Loki's request. All right, show me your bookworms. Oh, man, I only see 2. I only see 3. Only 4? Oh, there we go. All right, here we go. Thrym sat next to his bride. He tried once more to steal a kiss. So on your last sticky note, everybody should have one, and if you don't, just raise your hand and I can pass one around to you. You're going to write what surprised you about this read aloud. Okay, surprised you. Show me on your hands how much time you might need for that.
I'd say 10 minutes.
10 minutes, Noel. 10 minutes? I'm going to go probably, let's start with 2 and see where we're at. Okay, that sounds fair. All right, what surprised you about this read aloud? Abigail? Let's go ahead and start reading some of these things that surprised us. So I see some common things. I see a lot of you that were really surprised about him actually killing people. How many of you were super surprised he killed people? I know. I heard the gasp. You were like, how many of you just thought that he was going to hurt people? Yeah, I did too. I was the same way when I read through that the other night. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh, right? He actually killed people. Awesome. How many of you loved this read aloud? Who thinks it might have been their favorite? Might have been their favorite so far. So far, right? Because we still have a couple more to go. Awesome.
Okay, so finish up any notes you've got, and let's talk through what you observed during this clip that we watched. All right, so as you were watching, did you find any evidence of any of those design principles?
I think one of the things it focused or it had in it was fostering wonderful conversationalists. I like how she had them partner up in a way and say, okay, bees go first this time. That's something I've never tried before, but I really liked that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is unit 6 in 3rd grade. So it's halfway through the year. It's obvious that she's got some really good routines and procedures going forward. It's obvious that this is the way her reading lessons go, or these kids are comfortable with the way she's partnered and things like that. So yeah, just, you know, if you always have kids when they're on the carpet, and I know right now we can't do that, but when they're on the carpet, this is their partner, you're an A, you're a B, and just switching up who goes first can give everybody that that voice, right? Give everybody an opportunity to talk. But she did give them lots of opportunities to have discussion with each other. Okay. What else?
Maximizing vocabulary. Some of the questions that she asked like led them to using those vocabulary words in their answers. And if they didn't use them, she like restated it with the vocabulary word.
Did. That little boy said he burped, and she said, yeah, he belched, and she reiterated that, right? I'm going to go ahead and say right now, I know you guys can't read this, but there wasn't a question that was asked that she asked during that wasn't already written into the lesson. All she's doing is following the lesson. She's not having to think up questions. She's not having to pause at weird places to see if they've gotten it right. The questions are already there for her. Okay. All right, what else did you notice?
I really like how she incorporates the sticky notes because it makes sure that like every student is participating, and then it's something she can go look after, and you know, when they're doing other things to do like a quick assessment. But I like using sticky notes. I can't really do it this year too much, but I just think it's super engaging, and yeah.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, she didn't make that up. That was part of the lesson. That was part of that, you know, confirming those predictions that they did at the beginning. So a lot of these things that you guys already know work with kids are in these lessons. Okay. Yep. All right. How about, we've talked a little bit about materials. We've talked a little bit about engagement. Was there anything else that you noticed as you were going through, or as we were, I can talk, as we were watching this lesson? Okay. All right, so at the beginning of each page, she did say we're going to read to find out or listen to find out. The one big shift that she made in this lesson is a whole group lesson where she's supposed to set the purpose and then let the students read a page or two on their own and then come back and talk. She shifted that to a read aloud. But that was her instructional decision being made. But again, the questions that are in there, the vocabulary work, you know, confirming those predictions, all of that was still the lesson. So she followed it as written. She just made that instructional decision to do it as a read aloud versus having students read independently. Okay. And again, that's a great scaffold for students, right? We don't always want to default to that, but it's a good model for what that looks like here. Okay. All right, we've still got a few minutes before lunch, so I'm going to keep going. We'll get a little bit further, and then we will finish up this afternoon. There it goes. Okay. All right. So thinking about those design principles, we talked about wonderful conversationalists. We talked about vocabulary acquisition. Thinking about during this, we're also giving students that analysis and expression in reading and writing. Not writing right here, but reading right. She did a great model of what that read aloud sounds like, giving them exposure to rich, complex text. Same thing, number 3, that variety of text and context. And then we're still building background knowledge, right? They're going to take the vocabulary from this story. They're going to take the content and use it building on, right? Those lesson objectives, they were answering comprehension test questions. They're using the text as evidence to support their answers. And then we talked about it. They've got the student readers, they've got sticky notes, those turn and talk, and all of those things help with engagement. Okay. Right. So the next few pages in your participant notebook are your very first reading lesson in lesson 1. Okay. So I'm going to give you just a few minutes to actually look at what those reading lessons look like. So again, it's not all of lesson 1, but it is your reading lesson, your first reading lesson in Unit 1, Lesson 1. Okay, so again, you've got those. Grade 3, you're page 23 through 28. Grade 4, 29 through 32. And then 5th grade, you've got 33 through 38. Those are your pages in that participant notebook. So I'm going to give you just about 3 minutes to look at that, okay, and kind of read through that lesson.
Michelle, I have a quick question.
Of course.
I guess I'm a little bit confused here. The like read aloud, is that a separate book that's on the same topic as the readers, or is it like starting the readers to get them ready to read?
So for 3rd grade, that speaking and listening portion is going to be building background knowledge. It's going to be the same topic that your reader is, but it's not the exact same. So like you're not going to read aloud the same exact text that they're going to then go see in their student reader. But it's building background knowledge. It's you know, a little bit richer, more complex text than they're going to read independently, but it's done to give that background knowledge, to give them something to connect to when they do go to their reader.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help? Okay.
So can I ask another clarifying question adding on to that? So what we just watched, they had their reader, but it was being read aloud to them. So that was the reading portion or the speaking and listening portion?
The reading portion.
Okay, thank you.
No, I know it's kind of confusing, and especially for 3rd grade. In 3rd, 4th, and 5th, you can read aloud during reading time, but the students have the book in front of them. During speaking and listening, they don't see any text anywhere. That's the big difference.
Is that teacher choice, whether it's read aloud or read independently or read in partners?
During reading time?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
We remember when we looked at the table of contents, we have a recommendation.
Yeah.
But you can make that decision based on the needs of your students.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
right, do you have a minute to glance through that reading lesson? Okay. Any questions about it? Pretty straightforward, right? Okay. Everything you need's there. What I'm going to show you right now, I'm going to share my screen again. We actually have some of our consultants who have done a short model of what those lessons look like. So back to our ckla.amplify.com, if you click professional learning and go to launch that site, okay, and you come into this training resources tab, click on this foundations button here. And in this 1-day initial training, which is what we're doing, choose your grade level. And here is a short model of that lesson that you just read through. Okay, it's not the whole thing, but it's a short model of what, kind of how that can start. We are going to look later at some spelling lessons and some writing lessons. So for each grade level, you have a short model of what those could look like. So we've got, again, 4th grade now, reading, spelling, and writing. So again, those are some good resources. We're not going to take the time to watch those videos here, but I wanted you to know where they were. So again, professional learning under the training resources, and this is a foundation session. Just make sure you're on that 1-day training, and then you can find it at your grade level. Okay. All right, so thinking about that reading versus speaking and listening, and kind of that discussion and what to look for during that reading time is making sure that students have opportunities for discussion, right? Both during and then they'll be after the reading, and we're going to watch some of that. Making sure that students are incorporating engagement techniques that enhance the student's interaction with the text, but don't take away from the flow of the reading and their comprehension there as well. Okay, so you kind of got to play that, right? How often do I have students turn and talk really might start to interfere with the flow of the reading and hinder comprehension when instead of keeping them engaged. So you got to make sure those are you're making those decisions as well. Okay, Audra, that temporary password login does not have any expiration date that I know of right now. It's the one that I use to model and have been for a while. So that temporary password that I gave you should be fine until you get your new one. Okay. All right, so timing wise, I think I got to stop sharing because I can't see my time. Yeah, let's break. I don't think we can get through that last part of the video before lunch. So let's break. It is 11:40 at your place, 41, something like that. We will come back ready to start at 12:30. And we'll move forward. We're going to wrap up with that, the reading portion and watch that. And then we'll talk about writing. We'll talk about the language, so spelling, grammar, and morphology, and finish those pieces. And then really all after we finish that we have to talk about is assessment. For today. So we'll get through the rest of those pieces, look at the assessments that are included, and that should conclude today. Okay. All right, I'm going to pause this recording, but I will be on here. So if you have questions, just shoot it into the chat and I'll be checking on it. So I'll see you guys back at 12:30. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. All right. All right, so I'm seeing in the chat, Julia said she found the pages she was missing. That's awesome. All right, so I'm glad they were there. Good. So that is good. Let me make sure I'm back to the chat here. Here we go. All right. Any thoughts, questions, anything you thought of during your lunch break that you wanted to ask before we hop back in and kind of finish looking at this lesson? Nope, we're good, ready to go? Yes, I can. Give me a second to find it. Okay. There we go. All right, so we're going to hop back in. We get to watch up the wrap up of this video that we have been seeing the whole time. We get to kind of watch her wrap that up, and so we'll talk about it. On page, let me find it. Page 40 of your participant notebook is where you will have the places to take notes about the video. Okay. All right. So again, we're still in this reading portion of the lesson. We're going to watch her wrap up. A lot of times the wrap up of a reading lesson includes activity book pages, right? A graphic organizer to put to retell the story, maybe, or comprehension questions that go along with the reading. So that wrap up is really time for the students to kind of take all that we've been doing together and then show that they can do it a little bit more independently. So again, page 40 is where you've got that place to take notes. Again, thinking about what design principles are in this portion of the lesson. What information is the teacher getting out of this formative assessment? And then think about the class discussions that were happening during the reading and how they may have prepared the students or scaffold for these students to be able to complete the activity book page independently. And the activity book page is some comprehension questions about the story. Okay.
So when we transition back to our seats, obviously you'll have to take all of your things and then send one person from your team to go get a big whiteboard. And then we are going to all make sure that we put our story elements on our board. And you're going to discuss what the title was, who the characters were, the setting, and then our plot. Who can review really quick what the plot is? There's a hint right here. Maggie, what's the plot mean? Okay, what was the problem and how did the characters deal with it, right? So how did they solve that? So we have this big whiteboard, right? We don't want to go down in the little corner and just write in the corner, right? We want to showcase our work and we want to do the best we can. So tell me some ways that you did this yesterday that were really useful for your group. So how did you work in a group to make this successful? You did a really great job. You had really great strategies. Nadia, what was one thing you did? You took turns. Okay, so you took turns with writing. Yeah, thumbs up if that sounds fair. Good. Bum, ba, ba, dum, bum. All right, finalize your last thoughts on your board. I've walked around, I've checked in with people. I'm looking at your characters, your setting, your plot, right? All right, as soon as you're ready, I'll know you're ready when your markers are capped and you're seated at your tables. Okay, number 8, Lily, what's the title?
The wedding.
The Wedding Feast, right? All right, next person has to tell me the characters. So number 16, Zoe.
Thor, Frigga, Freya,
Number 6, Ian. What was the solution? What ended up happening?
Thor dressed up as Freya to get the hammer back.
Okay, but how did he get the hammer back? Be really specific. What's that?
By dressing up as Freya and going to the fake wedding.
He did, and then what ended it? Ethan, what ended it?
Thor getting his hammer back and killing himself.
He killed everybody. So when he got it back, he like busted out of character and he killed everybody. All right. The next step is we got to see where you're at with this, right? Many of you rated yourselves, or 2, 3, or 4, which is awesome. But now we got to prove it to Mrs. Sobek, yeah? So in your books, let's see if my split screen will work for us. In your fun book, you're going to go to activity page 6, it's 6.1, and it's called The Wedding Feast. So this looks really familiar to some of the ones that you've already been doing. Prove where you can find it. Then number 5 has a page number, 6 doesn't, right? And so it's looking for you to answer this question: what is the real reason that Freya's eyes were burning like raging fires? Wait a minute, I think we answered that at the carpet. Okay, so name, date, we ready? Fired up, ready to go. Oh my word, look at Greg, he's already ready to go. So here's how it goes. Our first question says list, right? List all the food and drink that Thor, dressed as Freya, had at the wedding feast. So everybody's got to go to their little reader, right? You've got to try to find that proof or that evidence. So right here, what do we see? We have salmon, right? And then he gobbled down half the ox. Do you see where we're at, kiddo?
Is it really just
All right, so you got salmon, ox, and mead, right? So let's take a peek in here. Do we have all those things?
No.
All right, about 1 more minute, and then we're going to come back together. We're going to start our writing.
Okay, take a moment, finish up your notes, and let's talk. What did you observe?
I would say the fostering wonderful conversationalist, because when they're working in groups to fill out their little plot or their story elements, they're going to have to converse with their group about what they're actually going to put on the whiteboard.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, what else?
I saw the, for like pillar number 1, analysis and expression of reading and writing, where she had them explicitly go back to the text to find where in the text those foods were.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, so always grounding it back into the text, asking students to go back in and check for that. And you will be happy to know that CKLA expects that from kindergarten all the way on up. No longer are we making 3rd grade teachers the bad guys in saying, go back and prove that answer, go back into the text and reread and find that answer. That's just CKLA's expectation from kindergarten all the way on up. So in a couple of years, your kids won't even need to be prompted to do that anymore, right? That's just the expectation. When you're going to answer, that's what you do. So, okay. What other things did you notice?
It seemed like she scaffolded the writing at the end, that some kids were in that small group with her and she was helping support the decoding and the vocabulary, like she was scaffolding all those pieces to help them participate and do that evidence-based writing.
Yeah, so that page that they were doing out of the workbook was really just comprehension questions. And so she had a group of students, and Kristen, I see your question here. She had a group of students with her at that table. Everybody else was at their desk, either doing that independently or, you know, kind of as a table group, right? That you could hear them talking. So she wasn't making them be silent, but they had their group as a support and she had that. So remember when we talked about reading time, who needs you to scaffold to get to that reading? She was doing the same thing during those comprehension questions. You can do it during grammar time. You can do it during writing time. You can do it anytime you feel you've got students who need it. She decided who to pull to there. After having watched this video a couple of times, I think a couple of the kids at her table needed her academically to scaffold for them. I think the little boy right to her left, right next to her, needed some behavioral scaffolding. I think he had maybe some autistic tendencies, and I think it was really overwhelming for him to be in that classroom. And I think she needed some proximity with him. It looked like academically he had all the answers down. She just was continuing to check in on him. So you can make those decisions based on whatever needs your students have. So like I said, that wasn't, you know, all those kids at her table because they're all a level M and should be a level O, right? She had those kids there because for this part of the lesson, because today in this sitting right now, this is who needs me. And she can make those decisions throughout the lesson based on who needs her for different parts of the lesson. You may have some kids who need you to scaffold for reading time, but they're okay answering the comprehension questions. They've got the idea now. You may have some kids who are the opposite. We're okay reading, but now need you to scaffold. Maybe grammar is a struggle for some students. Maybe the writing is a struggle. So you can make those decisions based on your students. Okay, I do love this part of the lesson because it shows that small group, right? That's not written into there. It says, have everybody go do those comprehension questions independently, but she made that decision. She knows who she needs to scaffold for, and so she pulled them together. Okay? And it's not a long time. I know we're just seeing snippets, but they probably spent maybe 5 minutes while everybody else was doing it independently, and she gave them that 1 minute warning. All right, it's about time to move on to writing, and she's ready to move on. All right, other questions or thoughts as we watch this wrap up? No? Okay. All right, so we continued through this, right? We just talked through all of these things, expression and analysis and reading and writing. They're still building background knowledge. They're thinking about their comprehension during this piece, as well as the opportunity for strong conversations, right? Thinking about that formative assessment, one of those primary focus was that the students will answer questions about a text and explicitly cite text as the basis for their answers, right? That's what they're doing. She can take a look at those comprehension questions, right, at those pages that students did, and get a good idea of where her students are with their mastery towards that objective. And then it was kind of faded out, so it's a little hard to hear. But as she was going over the questions before she turned students loose, she read one of the questions and then she said, oh, we just talked about that when we were discussing. So the questions that are happening during the reading are helping scaffold and support for students to then do that independent work at the end as well. So again, all the questions that she asked during the reading were already there. She didn't have to think those up, but they are there to help scaffold and support so that students kind of have already talked about these things prior to going back into the text with their more independent comprehension questions in the workbook. Okay. All right. So as we think about that wrap up and those activity book pages, I'm going to give you the opportunity to look at a couple of activity book pages that go along with your Unit 1, Lesson 1. You just read through a reading portion of that lesson. And now here are some activity book pages that go along with that lesson. It may not be the exact same piece, but it is the same lesson. So lesson 1 in 3rd grade is page 41 to 43. And this is the second reading portion of that lesson. The students are going to be reading this passage from their student workbook and then answering the comprehension questions that go with it. That reading portion for that day isn't in the reader. So again, you can see what the reading looks like. You can see what those comprehension questions look like. Page 44, 45, and 46 are a portion from that 4th grade lesson where students are kind of brainstorming and getting ready to write their memory paragraph. And then 5th grade is page 47. It kind of goes along with defining that idea of what personal narratives are and looking at those characteristics during that part of the lesson. So I'll just give you like maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes to kind of look through those activity book pages, just so you have an idea of what they look like. So what we have done on those sample activity book pages that you have there is we have kind of overlaid those primary focus. Your students wouldn't have that on top of their activity book page. That's there for you to see what the primary focus of that lesson was. So I want you to always think back to and make all decisions from that idea. What's the primary focus of this lesson and how can I help scaffold so that students can move towards mastery of that primary focus? The other thing I'm going to say is always think about what the purpose of that activity book page is. CKLA does not give students activity book pages because we have assignments to complete. We give students activity book pages because they get extra practice or guided practice or independent practice in that primary focus. Does that kind of make sense? They're there to help extend and apply the skills that we've been working on, not because they have to finish assignments. Okay, so if we're thinking back to the lesson we just watched, she's gone through her lesson. She knows she's got 5 minutes at the end of this lesson for students to complete those comprehension questions. What's she going to do at the end of the 5 minutes? Well, she's going to give them a minute or two warning, and she's going to say, okay, it's time to be done, and we're going to move on. The purpose of that activity book page for them to answer comprehension questions was for her to see how they're doing with answering comprehension questions. Can she get that information from students who have answered 1 or 2 questions? Yes. Can she get that information from students who have answered all of them? Yes. Can she get that information from that student who is struggling and only managed to answer 1 question but got it right? Yes, right? So the idea isn't about finishing an assignment. It's about using it as a formative opportunity for me as the teacher to gather information about students. Okay. The other thing to think about is if you have a 120-minute or a 90-minute lesson, there may be 4 or 5 or sometimes even 6 pages of it in that activity book for that lesson. You don't have to do them all. You don't have to make the students do them all. Think about what the primary focus is, where your students are in the process of moving towards mastery of that primary focus, okay? And where you're going to be best spent in your time. If it's a new skill, take that activity book page and do a few of them together and move on to the next portion. If it's a skill that we've been working on for the past 2 weeks, okay, maybe now it's time for me to give this to them and expect them to do it independently. Does that kind of make sense? Like, just because there's a workbook page doesn't mean kids have to sit down and completely finish all of them. You have the decision to make of, you know, how you're going to do it, how you're going to scaffold for students, and you know, how many you know, items on a page they need to do, those kinds of things. Those are decisions for you. I think probably moving forward as a district, we're probably going to be helping the district, help you guys make some of those decisions, right? Like maybe get some definition around, you know, out of this unit, these are really good ones, maybe to take grades on. So there's some uniformity there. We're not quite there with the district yet, but don't feel like we at CKLA are leaving you guys and just, you know, throwing all this at you and leaving it to help you make those decisions. We're still here to help and that, but I wanted you to be aware. So as you're starting to look through these lessons and you're thinking, well, how do I get all of this instruction happening and the time for them to finish all of these workbook pages? Know that that they're there as a kind of a starting point, but you don't have to have students independent complete everything that's there. Okay. Some of you who have been doing or did the pilot, did you guys kind of run into some of that maybe timing wise, all of the workbook pages couldn't be completed every day? Julia, I think you're talking, but you're still muted.
Whoops.
I know it was. We want to hear it.
Yeah, I ended up, some of the lessons, I carried them over 2 days because I felt that they were important skills that the kids needed to know. And it worked out well. They, you know, they were up for it. They were okay with the fact that it took 2 days to do, and they welcomed it.
Mm-hmm. And I hear that a lot, and especially in a first year implementation. Now, you guys did just 1 unit, right? But if we're looking at an entire year, one of the things to look at is CKLA is not a one and done kind of a program, right? We don't spend 2 weeks on nouns and then never hit nouns again, right? So sometimes nouns will come up in unit 2 and unit 6 and unit 7, right? So if they don't quite have it mastered in unit 2, you know that it's coming back again, kind of an idea. So that, knowing how that kind of spiraling happens can help you make some decisions too about, you know, where they should be in terms of mastery and, you know, how much practice they need here, knowing that, well, it's going to come back here and here and here and here too as well. So I understand having to stretch that out when you're doing just 1, but if you think about implementing this for the whole year, you can't take 2 days to do every lesson because then you only get through half of the program, kind of an idea. So I totally get where you were coming from, and I hear that a lot with a new implementation, that sometimes timing stretches out just a little bit. But part of also what I want you to hear is that just because a workbook page is there doesn't mean you have to spend 2 days just to get it done, right? Help students, you know, get as much in that and then move on.
Can I just quickly about the assessment? Because the assessment for 5th grade is really long. Then just breaking that out, like there's like 2 big passages, there's all these questions. So I'll just do maybe 1 passage and 1 set of questions, and that would satisfy the.
I think that's kind of a district question, and I will write that down and pass that on, so that you're talking about that end of unit assessment. And I'll tell you kind of where the thought process when devising those end of unit assessments came from is really kind of modeled after those really big high stakes tests, right? Park and SBAC and you know, the Florida State and the Texas State and the Washington State, and those big tests require students to sit for an extended period of time, read multiple passages, answer questions about separate, and then start comparing and contrasting them. And so we don't, CKLA didn't feel like students needed that on a weekly basis, but they do need some practice with that. So that's where the design of those came from. Know that the passages that are in there are built on the background knowledge that's come through that unit. So that helps, right? So it's not completely, you know, they're cold reads. Students haven't read this text before, but it's background that they should be bringing with them from that unit. So that helps. But I know I was with and I won't remember which state this district was in, but their state test doesn't look like that. And they felt it was completely inappropriate to make kids sit through multiple passages like that because their big high stakes test doesn't look like that. And so they're making those decisions. So again, I think that's a district decision kind of moving forward is, you know, how much of that assessment do they want you guys to do? And I think kind of as a district, that's a district decision that so that everybody can be doing the same thing so that you guys are doing uniform things across. So I will make sure and pass that along to, you know, the powers that be. And that's something they can put on kind of on their plate to get you guys some guidance moving forward before you guys start next year for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful.
No, that's a really great question, and that's part of why we had you guys do this pilot is to get some feedback.
Yeah. Because I have it right here, and like one of these passages is like it's almost 3 pages long, and then there's another passage, and where I have kids that are online, I can't ask them to read this online. It's just it's a lot. I mean, I could see it being very beneficial though to get ready for this test.
Yeah.
But anyway, so thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. And the reality is this year is like different, right? Like nothing we say or do is the same this year as you know, normal. So everybody is making some different decisions and based on what students are capable of in this format. And so, you know, like I said at the beginning, we're kind of talking about what, you know, the real 4 blocks of school, you know, 4 walls of school would look like with everybody in my classroom, knowing that that this year things are a little bit different, but we're crossing our fingers and knocking on wood and everything else we can do that BOI next year starts off with everybody in our classrooms. So, okay.
Michelle, I have a question about the writing part.
Yeah.
So I see in the workbook, it has for 5th grade definition of personal narrative and then personal narrative characteristics. And then the primary focus, it said students will write a 1-paragraph narrative about a first time experience. Is that going to be a page in the workbook, or are they going to have like their own separate books for writing?
No, everything that they need is in the workbook. So on that page, you don't see it, but if you go back to the 4th grade,
yeah, I was looking at that. I didn't know if that was for 5th grade too.
Yeah. Okay. So if they need to write, they got a page in the workbook to do it. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And so things like, you know, if we're having them do a graphic organizer before writing, that's going to be in the student workbook. Like just about everything that students need to put pencil to paper is going to be in that student workbook. Every once in a while, we'll say, have them get a scratch piece of paper or a Post-it note or something like that. But for the most part, if they are putting pencil to paper, there's a page in the student workbook for them to do it. Okay. Awesome. All right, I am gonna come back to my PowerPoint and we will keep going. All right, so page 48, here we have this kind of important points to remember. When we're wrapping up, the point of those activities is meant to, for students to kind of synthesize and extend the skills that we're looking at. And in this case, it would be comprehension because we've been talking about reading, right? So extend that reading. They are formative assessment opportunities. So you're looking for information about students' process or progress towards that primary objective, right? And again, not you can get some of that information even if they haven't completely finished the activity, right? Okay. All right. At the end of a 3rd or 4th grade reading, nope, at the end of a 4th or 5th grade reading lesson, you're going to have word work. At the end of a 3rd grade or most 3rd grade speaking and listening, you're going to have word work as well. K2 has word work in their knowledge strand. Word work and the format of it follows from K all the way through 5th. And this is what word work looks like. So the idea, remember when we talked about that design principle with building vocabulary, is multiple exposures and in context, right? So this is going to be an activity that is an adult activity. This is not a kid word, but it just kind of models how vocabulary acquisition happens in that in context way, okay? So the word on the screen is excrescence. I want you to think for just a minute and see if you can just in your head come up with a definition of what you think that word might mean. Okay. All right, if I give you this picture and the sentence, the plane's tail caused drag, or the excrescence on the plane's tail caused drag. Does that help you maybe refine your definition just a little bit? Can you make some adjustments to that definition you already had? How about with this picture and the sentence, the surgeon found an excrescence on the patient's heart that was causing the problem? All right, maybe refine it just a little bit more. How about this one? At first glance, the excrescence on the cliff looked man-made, but it was part of the rock feature. All right, so I have yet to define the word excrescence for you, but I have given it to you in 3 different contexts. Would anybody care to venture a guess at what the word excrescence means? Okay, Hannah put into the chat deformity. Okay. An object that's out of place, a projection or growth, a formation. Yeah, so you guys are all kind of saying about the same thing, right? An excrescence is something that's sticking out. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but it's something that's sticking out from something, right? So did you have that definition when I just gave you the word? Okay, probably not. But with the picture support and the in context, we were able to work towards that, right? So that's what we want to do with our students, is that repeated exposure in context, right? And that vocabulary, again, isn't, here's our list of vocabulary words for this lesson, we got to know them by the end. It's here's our first exposure to this list of vocabulary words. And we're going to continue with that exposure across our multi-week domain or our units, right? Okay. One of the ways that we do that is word work. So one word out of that list for the day is going to be our word work word. Okay. We spend 5 minutes on word work, and this is the format that we do. Well, let me see if I have, nope. The first thing you're going to do is number 1 says, you're giving it back to the students in the context that they heard it in the story. So boys and girls, for word work today, you heard in the chapter that Mesoamerica has very diverse landscapes, including dry coastal deserts and wet inland rainforests. Today's word is diverse. Say the word diverse with me. Diverse, right? Then number 3, boys and girls, the word diverse means made up of lots of different people or things. Here, let me give you another example. The school I attend is diverse because students come from many different backgrounds. Okay? So those are the first 4 steps. Give it to them in context, say the word, define the word, give it to them in another context. Okay? And then next, we're going to give students some opportunity to work with that word. Okay. In this case, this is a 5th grade example. So in this case, we're asking them to go back into the text and find examples that the author uses of the diversity in Mesoamerica. So we're grounding it back into the text. It's not always like that. Sometimes we just say, can you think of a time when you were brave, right? Maybe today brave is the word. Can you think of a time when you were brave? And we're giving them the opportunity to use that. We always prompt students with using that in a grammatically complete sentence. So we provide a sentence stem if they need that. And so you can see that here in number 5. You have this on page 49 too, if it's easier to read in your participant notebook, okay? So giving the students some opportunity to work with that word and put it into their oral vocabulary, okay? In this case, because we're at 5th grade, we're also talking about that, the part of speech with that word diverse. And then at the end, we've got some opportunity for students to apply, right? So at the beginning, 1, 2, and 3, we're really 1, 2, 3, and 4, we're really doing the teacher directed, right? And then number 5, we're doing kind of a little bit of gradual release, but it's still guided practice with it. In the making choices at the end, that's their time to apply that word. So the teacher is going to read the statements that are numbered there, and the students have to determine whether that is an example of diversity or not. And they're going to say, to kind of categorize that by either saying that is diverse or that is not diverse, okay? Typically, the word that comes back in word work is a word that's not necessarily content specific, but more has more academic words or more academic applications. Okay. All right. Questions about word work? All right. On page 50, you have those points to remember. Thinking about word work, those are opportunities for students to practice the correct use of that key vocabulary word. If there is an opportunity for you to put movement into it, that's great. If there's a way for you to help students connect to that in another way, this is great. But WordWork's just 5 minutes. It's all done orally. We're not having students write about it, anything like that. All done orally. So again, if students start to put words into their oral vocabulary, they're more likely to write them. All right, we get to now move into writing. Okay, so take just a moment to read this quote to yourself and think about what it means to you. What does it make you think of? Whether it makes you or gives you some connection to yourself as a writer, to your students, or maybe to you as a teacher. Okay. Did anybody have a connection or something that it made them think of.
I think a lot of kids see writing as a task.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully with the way that we're going to be implementing the Amplify program, they will see that it's just a piece of a greater learning, not just all by itself writing.
Mm-hmm. I like that. Thanks, Mary. Okay, other thoughts?
I think that we experience writing as an art more as listeners and readers than we do as writers. And especially as K-12 students, very few will see it as an art unless I think the read alouds are a nice piece that might emphasize that, especially, you know, where the teachers have that opportunity to do that animated reading and everything, and tie that in and highlight writing as an art. But just like any art, there's still going to be people who have more gifts in various types of writing, and there's different genres there too. So hopeful, but
yeah,
but I agree with Mary. Most kids see it as a task and not as art. It's a lot of layers still at this level that they don't have.
For sure.
Letter formation, spelling, vocabulary, all that, sentence structure, all those things to get to the art.
Absolutely. Just like painting a picture, you have to get good at strokes, right? There's skills, and if you don't have the skills, you can't ever get to the art. So if we can help them be really more comfortable with the skills of it, then maybe that art can start to come out, right? They can start to use different word choice and put, you know, sentence structure and things like that. That's where the art comes from. But you're right, they do have to have the skills in order to get to there. Like you said, the reading that we're doing and the read alouds help give them good models of what that can look like as well. Okay, awesome. Okay, other thoughts? I love how it says that it can be taught and learned, right? It's not an innate skill. Some students have more skill at it than others, but everybody can learn. And so start to go through this, you'll see how CKLA helps you to teach everybody that. It is definitely going to be a shift in thought and practice from a writer's workshop model. Okay, so keep an open mind and think about it that way. But CKLA really takes small bite-sized chunks and help students work on small chunks and then put small chunks together. So let's go ahead and go back to my PowerPoint and we will keep talking about writing. Okay, so I think it was Mary who said it's something all by itself. It's just a piece of the big idea of ELA, right, of literacy. And so this really visually shows you that idea. So writing and how it connects to all of those other pieces of ELA that we're doing. So when we think about language conventions, capitalization, punctuation, correct spelling, grammatically correct sentences, you know, subject verb agreement, you know, even handwriting, all of those things are not taught because kids need to know what a noun is. They are taught because kids need to be able to apply them when they are doing their own writing. So yes, we get direct, explicit instruction in all of those pieces of language conventions, but their writing is where we expect students to apply them. Okay, same thing, receptive and expressive language, right? Listening comprehension helps with reading comprehension. That oral discussion that we do throughout all of our lessons helps with writing. If they can talk about it, they're more likely to be able to write about it. So we're building that expressive oral language so that when it comes to writing, and that expressive language can carry over. Okay, we've talked about this before. content and background knowledge. All of the writing is going to be embedded in that content and background knowledge, right? We're not reading about the Vikings and then asking them to write about their favorite birthday party. We're going to ask them to write about the content that we have been talking about, so that everybody has some background knowledge in the writing that we're going to be asking them to do. Okay. And then obviously reading, right? Good readers become good writers. Good readers, the more students read, the more models of what different types of writing can look like. And so the more students read, the more models they get to see, and they can start applying that to their writing. Okay, so just like with everything else in CKLA, this is your true ELA program. It is not all these separate individual pieces. Okay. The other thing to think about with CKLA is that CKLA from K all the way on up emphasizes quality before quantity. Okay, so this is kind of the flow of this. In kindergarten, they have to get really good at matching a sound to the letter, right? The sound to the spelling. Once they've got a few sounds down, now they can put a couple together to make a word. Now we've got a couple of words down, we can put some words together to make a phrase, and then we can, by the end of kindergarten, be somewhere in the transition between writing phrases and writing a complete simple sentence with capitalization and punctuation. First grade's job is to take and shore up that idea of a simple sentence with capitalization, punctuation, and some sort of sequence to the sentence, right? It makes sense. And then first grade's job is teaching students to take a simple sentence and extend it into a complex sentence, add adjectives and things like that. If they can write a simple sentence, they can write a complex sentence, they can string a couple together to form a loosely formed sequential story or paragraph idea, right? Second grade's job is to take that kind of loosely formed, and by the end of the year, they should be able to write a formal paragraph. Okay, still continuing to hold students accountable for capitalization, punctuation, all those things that were taught before, but that's really their job, is to take, kind of a loosely formed paragraph, and by the end of the year, turn it into a formal paragraph. So then when we come into third grade, students should be shoring up that idea of a formal paragraph. And by the end of the year, if they can write one formal paragraph, we can teach them how to stretch that and write multiple paragraphs. But if I've got students who can't even write one paragraph, there's no reason to ask them to write multiples, right? So again, thinking about that quality before we ask them to extend the quantity. And then fourth and fifth, right, we're going to take multi-paragraphs, and by the end of those years, stretch them into 4 or 5 paragraphs. But again, doing that in small kind of bite-sized steps where we're shoring up the quality or the skills first before the quantity, and that's where the art comes into it. Okay. So what you guys get to do now is take a look at what writing looks like across your first unit. Okay, your participant notebook has these pages, page 51 to 57 for third grade, 58 to 64 for fourth grade, and then 65 to 74 for fifth grade. So what you've got in that kind of packet per grade level is some directions, right? You have the excerpt from the unit introduction that deals with writing. So it tells you what the formal writing piece is, other writing opportunities throughout that unit. And then you've got some guiding questions. Next, you're going to see a lesson or two from that unit that focus on writing. So you can see what an actual writing lesson looks like, compare it to that kind of, primary focus. After that, you're going to see some activity book pages that go along with that lesson and subsequent lessons, so you can see how they build on each other. And then you've got some more guiding questions. So I really just want to give you that opportunity to kind of dive into your first unit there and take a look at what that writing looks like in Unit 1. Okay, so I am going to give you the whole 10 minutes. I do want you to have the opportunity to dive in enough to read through all of these and really get a good idea of what that looks like. Okay, do you have any questions before we start? Awesome. All right, I'm starting the timer, 10 minutes. take about 1 more minute. When you're finished kind of reading through those, if you'll turn your camera back on, that way I know everybody's ready. All right, kind of looks like most of us are done. So what thoughts or questions do you have after having read through your grade levels lesson?
My team and I were just talking about how even though there are some really great parts of Writer's Workshop, this makes writing feel more purposeful. It makes it feel like the students will maybe understand why they're doing this writing and not just like, we're writing an opinion piece because our teacher says so. So I'm hoping that connection will help the kids.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. What else? What other thoughts or questions?
I like how it has the scaffolding suggestions and the differentiation right there. I was reading the 4th grade prompt. When I first read it, it kind of threw me because it was about talking about how someone influenced you, which I thought was a really heavy topic for a 4th grader. But then when I started reading the hints, it made it much more concrete, and I kind of got what the student was supposed to get. But I was a little lost at first as well.
Well, and part of that problem is you guys aren't, like, you're just diving into the middle of a unit. Students will have been in 4th grade, they've been reading these personal narratives, and several of them are a narrative about a person that influenced them. So it's connecting back to the text that they've read, but helping them make that connection to themselves. So it's a connection, but it's not a literal connection, right? They're having to take kind of inference and evaluate themselves and make that connection in that direction. So in some cases, these are a little hard to just dive into the middle because you don't know what has come before and that kind of stuff. But like you said, those that scaffolding and support being there right in the lesson helps students make those connections too. Okay. What else? Other thoughts or conversations that you guys had or questions?
I'm going to agree with you 100%, Michelle. Jumping in the middle like this, I was like, oh, this is a 25-minute lesson, and we're going to talk about themes, and we're going to talk about opinion, and we're going to talk about the steps to writing, and then we're going to, I was like, this is so much for a 25-minute lesson when you don't have all the context, and this is hopefully late in the year.
Well, and that's unit 1. So you're looking at unit 1 there. So it's not late in the year, but that's something to kind of think about as you're going through is, themes and stuff like that. Is that something that they should be coming to you with? Right? Is CKLA expecting some of this to just be review from a previous grade level? And so in these first couple of years, that may be one of those background knowledge or skills gaps that you're going to have to make some adjustments for in these first couple of years of CKLA implementation, because they haven't had, nobody is saying that what you guys have been doing up till now isn't right, isn't good teaching, isn't, you guys have been working hard. We're just saying that in the CKLA scope of things, kids haven't gotten what CKLA expects them to have gotten before, right? Just the scope of it may have been different. We talk about that in that K2 realm too. There's a very defined sequence in which the phonics instruction happens. In CKLA's K2. And so, diving in a first year and second grade, well, CKLA expects them to have gotten this much in kinder and this much in first, but what you guys have been doing before may have expected those skills to happen in second grade. Well, that means those kids are never going to get the direct instruction on them because CKLA has expected it before. So some of those things may come into play coming into this first year of implementation in CKLA in the first couple of years, especially for you guys at 3-5, because it's going to take a couple of years before you get kids who have more than just what you've given them, more than just 1 year previous. So kind of as you're planning, thinking about those things, making notes as you're going through, thinking, gosh, I thought they would have had this coming to me and they didn't. So I had to do, this little bit of kind of backtracking to get them to that idea. So thinking those kinds of things through in this first couple of years, skills gaps, as well as those background knowledge gaps. Okay. I hope that what you could see in these lessons was that each lesson is a small tiny little tidbit, right? We're going to give kids a small tidbit and have them practice that small tidbit and then move on to the next part. The other thing that you'll start to see as you start to plan your units is that these lessons build on each other. Right. And so I think in one of them, I think it might have been fourth grade, that showed you lesson 10 and then the graphic organizer for lesson 11. Well, if they hadn't done lesson 10, they aren't going to be able to take that and put it into the graphic organizer for lesson 11. So it's kind of building on each other, but building in small little bite-sized chunks. We can do this much today, we can take that much and just add a little bit to it tomorrow. And in a couple more days, we'll just add a little bit more. So they're getting practice writing in low stakes opportunities throughout the lessons daily. And then they're also getting that formal writing process that happens instruction, but it's happening in small little bite-sized chunks. Okay. All right. How are we feeling? Good. Writing's going to be different. It's going to be, but I think you're going to enjoy it. I think the kids will enjoy it, and when they feel successful at something, they enjoy it more, right? And so if we can give them the skills, they're going to feel more successful, and they're going to enjoy it more. Okay. Right, so it is about, let me think of where we're at in my thing. Do we need to take a break here? No, I think we need to keep going just a little bit longer and then we'll come to break. So I'm going to share my screen again. All right, so page 75. There it goes. Page 75, you have these points to remember at the bottom of the page. That there are opportunities for both that informal lower stakes writing and formal writing opportunities throughout the units. They are building their skills when they are doing those informal writing pieces, right? We're holding them accountable for spelling. We're holding them accountable for capitalization and punctuation. They're getting practice in grammatical correctness and adding adjectives and all of those skills that students are building. They're building those in those less formal writing opportunities and then being asked to apply them in those more formal writing opportunities. And they've got opportunities for students to do that throughout lessons, throughout the entire unit. Okay, that formal writing opportunity builds incrementally across the unit. It's not a one sit kind of writing piece. Okay. And then thinking about that primary focus objectives, that those writing lessons are meant to support students, right? They're building towards that mastery. We don't expect mastery of that at the beginning of the unit, more towards the end, as well as more towards the end of the year. Okay. All right, so we've talked about reading, we've talked about read alouds, we've talked about writing. Now it's time to talk about language. So when we think about language in 3-5 and CKLA, we're talking about spelling, we're talking about grammar, and we're talking about morphology. So let's talk about spelling kind of first. The reality is that spelling, grammar, and morphology all kind of interconnect. Right? They all kind of work off of each other. If I'm talking about verbs and their tenses, I have to understand some spelling to make sure that I, what happens when I add an ED to certain words or an ING, things like that. That's a grammar skill, but it's also, there's a spelling rule or component to it as well. Okay, morphology comes into spelling as well. We've got root words, we've got prefixes and suffixes, but those come, the spellings of those come into play as well. So we do have lessons in spelling, we do have lessons in morphology, we do have lessons in grammar, but we also know that all of those things kind of work together. Okay. I'm going to give you a really quick overview of what the K2 realm looks like that's leading up to what you guys do then with language, with grammar, spelling, and morphology. In K2, we're looking at grammar, spelling, and phonics. Okay, and so this is how we introduce that in the K2 realm. There is a sequence to our spelling instruction or our phonics instruction in K2. Students are going to get explicit direct instruction in all of the individual pieces of phonics, right? All the sound spelling correspondence, somewhere in that K2 continuum. Okay, so third grade's job is to just really shore all those up while moving students into that idea of morphology, root words, prefixes, suffixes, the spelling of those, but also using the meaning of those to convey meaning, right? Looking at bigger parts of words and things like that. So K2 is really the place where that phonics instruction happens. So as we introduce phonics in K2, this is what kind of how it goes. We employ a sounds first approach. So we're grounding students in a sound and then connecting it to a spelling. So for example, I am going to ask students, or today students are going to be learning the oi sound, okay? This is a first grade lesson. So first I would tell students, here's the oi sound. We're gonna learn the oi sound today. I want you to just listen to this list of words. So we're gonna introduce it phonemic awareness ways. Listen to this list of words and see if you can hear that oi sound in it. How about the word boy? Okay. Toy, can you hear that oi sound? Yes, you're right, it's at the end of the word. How about oil? Can you hear the oi in that word? Say that word with me, oil. Yeah, it was at the beginning, wasn't it? How about oyster? Yep, that one was at the beginning too. All right, how about the word coil? Yep, I heard it in the middle too. So I'm going to give them the opportunity to hear it phonemic awareness wise. They're going to get to work with it a little bit. We may even say that word, turn to your shoulder partner and look at their mouth, make sure their mouth is doing it. We're talking about vowels and consonants and what our mouth is doing, things like that. Then we get to introduce this spelling of that. So I told you that oi sound, we listened to it. So to spell the oi sound today, we're going to spell it like this. I'm going to show you, we're going to start a little off to the right, circle to the left, close it up, straight line down, dot at the top. This is the oi sound. Say that with me, oi, right? And so talk to students about that. We're always grounding it in the sound and then the spelling. I don't care if students know that this is an O and an I at this point. I just want them to see that. Then they're going to start making those connections. So this is the activity book page that we then let students do, right? They're practicing their handwriting, but they're also practicing the blending of it and then putting it with words. Now they are doing the decoding. So can they put that new oi sound with other known sounds? decode it and then think about the meaning of that word. Okay, so that's how we introduce a sound in that K2 realm. Students also have this individual code chart, which carry over into 3, 4, 5 as a resource for students. They're going to, it just gives them, this shows the sound and this shows the spelling of that. So by second grade, their individual code chart has every single sound spelling on it. And that, again, that carries to 3, 4, 5. It's a good resource for students when they're doing their own reading and their own writing. That's their piece that they go back in and look at. Okay. Again, when we're introducing this in a K2 lesson, students learned the sound, they learned the spelling, they applied it in a guided fashion, and now they're applying it in their student reader. So the day that we introduce that OI for oi, their story for the day is called The Bag of Coins, and they're applying that new sound spelling right in here. Okay. So that's what it looks like at K2. So connecting what they would have gotten in K2 and CKLA to what 3-5 expects is kind of follows along that, right? So if they have gotten all of the direct explicit instruction in those phonics spellings, you're holding them accountable for that in spelling. And then using the morphology, the spelling to help with morphology, same thing, kind of like we talked about, all of them are interconnected. Okay. On page 76, you have these. That first page of 76 is third grade, and then we'll talk about 4-5. So spelling at grade 3, you could have 3 different types of spelling lists. First, your spelling list follows a 5-day pattern. You're going to introduce on day 1, and then you would test on day 5. CKLA follows that, 1 lesson per day. Now, your day 1 and day 5 may not land on a Monday and a Friday, and that's okay. You don't have to introduce on Monday and test on Friday. You introduce on day 1, you test on day 5. You introduce on day 6, you test on day 10. Okay, it doesn't matter which day of the week that lands on. So you could have 3 different types of spelling lists. This is a morphology list where we're looking at here's your root word and here's your suffixes, right? But what else do you notice about this morphology list? Well, it's also a grammar list, isn't it? Because these are changing verbs into its different tenses. Okay, so you see how connections are being made? Right, here's a grammar list. These are nouns that we're going to change into plurals, but there's a grammar rule that affects the spelling of it, right? So we've got to know that. You've got some words on here that don't just add an S or an ES as well. You've got some irregular ones. Okay, and then you could have a phonics list where it truly follows, the list follows a common sound spelling. And in this case, it is R controlled vowels. Okay, all right, so here's what I will say about third grade spelling lists. None of these skills are brand new to students. Okay, you're not going to go the week you have this spelling list and this is the first time they have ever changed a verb into added ed or ing. This skill would have come, they would have been directly instructed on that either in a previous third grade unit or in a previous grade level. Okay, you're not going to say, hey, today's grammar lesson is changing, adding ed or ing to verbs, and that's your spelling list for the week. The spelling lists for third grade are skills that students have had direct instruction, guided practice time, and application time in the decoding realm before we ask them to do that in the encoding realm in the spelling list. Okay, same thing for grammar, same thing for phonics list. Our controlled vowels are introduced in first grade in CKLA. Okay, so they've had lots of time to practice that. Now, were they introduced in first grade with 2-syllable words? No. So we're asking students to apply them to a more complex word, but that R controlled vowel was introduced in first grade. So they've had time to practice it in that decoding realm before we're asking them to apply it to multi-syllable words and encode it. Okay. All right. Now, 4-5. 4-5, you guys are just a little bit different. Okay. 4th and 5th grade in your typical units, you're going to have 2 spelling lists per unit. One is going to be a content specific word and one's going to be a morphology specific word. Okay. Those content specific words, obviously those words follow sound spelling correspondence that they've gotten in K2, right? But they are going to be more content specific. So you'll have to pull students not pull students, but make sure to help them make the connections to the code that they know, right? To those spelling rules that they know, okay? And then with morphology, again, this isn't, if you're doing, in this case, if you're looking at the IR, IN, IL prefix, this isn't the first time they're going to see it. You're not introducing them there, but you're continuing to ask them to apply those to more complex words. Okay, so morphology connecting to spelling is not just about using that morphology to help them understand the meaning, but also helping them understand the spelling of it as well. Okay, so as you introduce words, you'll notice that we've broken down that code to help students thinking about the syllable types, because that helps them remember the spelling rules that they were taught and things like that. Okay. Spelling is a really great place to help you see where students encoding and decoding has some gaps as well. Okay, so in CKLA, we don't give spelling tests because that's what parents understand, right? Send a list home and get a spelling assessment or a test grade. We do it so that you as the teacher have some kind of diagnostic information about where you can help shore up some of those phonics gaps. Okay. All right. So you guys get to now look at your very first spelling lesson. There are not spelling lessons, or not spelling lessons, but a spelling test in Unit 1. Because of a BOI assessment, we give kids some time to get back into the kind of routine of school in Unit 1, do some other types of assessments. So Unit 2, Lesson 1 for 3rd grade is that first time you're introducing a spelling list. Same thing for 4th and 5th grade, it's in Unit 2, and both of those would be Lesson 6. So I'm going to give you an opportunity now to take a look at those pages, and you can see the list here. So that 3rd grade one is 78 to 80. Unit 2 for 4th grade is 81, 83. And then Unit 2, Lesson 6 for 5th grade is 84 and 85. And again, this is the first introduction to, or the introduction to their very first spelling assessment list. Okay. All right, so I'll give you just, let's say about 2 minutes to take a look at that. Look at how it talks to you about introducing those words and helping students make those connections. All right, how are we feeling about spelling?
I can add to it. I like how once you do the word list, it tells you to keep it on display until the assessment so they can refer to it. And I like how it's the definition and also the example sentence.
Yeah, so we're really connecting to students. And we can do that because it's not a brand new phonics skill we're trying to teach them and then assess them the same week, right? These should be words that they're a little bit more familiar with. And especially for 4th and 5th grade, we're moving into those more content words, right? And having them apply that phonics to those content words. Okay. Meredith put in there, it's something our students have been lacking for a long time. So I do often have a question here. You can see that list. So some of those are pretty long lists. And especially for 4th and 5th, if you've only got 2 lists per unit, you can certainly take each of those lists and like split them in half. And then you've really got 4 different assessments, right? You don't have to think up new words. You don't have to do that kind of stuff. What if you've got students who are struggling? Could you shorten some of those lists? Sure, right? Remember, the purpose for giving a spelling list in CKLA is not to memorize this list of words and forget it because the next week we got a new one. It's really to see if students can apply those skills into that encoding realm. And you're looking for just some information for you to help move instruction forward, right? If you need to shorten the list a little bit for certain students, if you need to at 4 or 5, if you want to split that list and turn that content list into 2 lists and break it out that way and stretch it out even further, you can do that as well. Katie likes that it's organized and systematic. Okay. Let me ask you guys this. Have you been doing spelling at all, or has that kind of gone away? Or just shaking your head.
I do spelling every day, but I pull in a lot of vocabulary from the sciences and social studies and whatnot that we're working on. So it's a skill per se, but it's also building vocab.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just some weekly spelling activities. Yeah. Okay. All right. So again, just like everything else in CKLA, it's connected, right? It's not its own separate thing kind of hanging out there. So it's connected to the skills, to the content, to previous skills that they've been working on. Okay. Awesome. All right. Questions, thoughts around spelling? Okay, it's time to take a break. You guys have been sitting for a really long time. So it's my clock showing 1, so it's 2 for you. So let's come back at 10 after, and we will kind of wrap things up. We'll finish out with language, spelling, or grammar and morphology, talk about assessments, and then kind of wrap things up. All right, break time's over. If you're back, will you turn your cameras back on or give me a thumbs up? Awesome. Lots of thumbs up. Hi, Julia.
Hi.
Mary, I'm super jealous. It's beautiful there. I can see the blue sky. It's still raining here.
That's why I didn't want to turn on my camera. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, how are we feeling so far? Give me kind of a temperature check. Good, overwhelmed, still confused?
Can I ask a question again? Sorry.
Of course.
When are we expected to, I know obviously we're going to be rolling this out in the fall, but typically in the past, we've had like 2 or 3 weeks to do our own little schedules and get our kids together and whatnot. When are we expected to start implementing the program?
That's actually a really good program or question. So you're talking about like at the beginning of the school year, are you expected to start this on day one or kind of an idea? Let me, I'm gonna put that into our kind of communication things and see. My thought is that we probably won't have a definitive answer today. That's probably something they're going to kind of work on, but I think that's a really good, valid question for you guys to pose to the district, something for them to think about to give you guys some guidance on. Yeah. So I will make sure. Yep. I will make sure and pass that question along. All right, so we have just a tiny little bit. So I'm going to stop my video again and come back to
Michelle, we can't hear you again. Or I can't. Same.
Same.
I'm back. I lost you again, didn't I? Oh my goodness. Cross our fingers. Come on, I can get through 45 more minutes without it continuing to kick me off. So all I was talking about were those important points to remember, right? It's going to follow a rule, but it's not a brand new rule. It's not, I'm introducing this brand new rule and you have to memorize this list of words by Friday kind of an idea. It is a skill that they should have had some practice with before we're asking them to do it there. All right, now thinking about grammar and morphology, remember one of our guiding principles was that we're going to give direct, explicit instruction in grammar and morphology, right? And so we don't have the lessons for you to look at, but what we do have on the next few pages in your participant notebook are some of those guided practice pages out of the student workbook. So take just a moment to look at those. They've got grade levels listed at the top so you can kind of see what third grade looks like, what fourth grade looks like, what fifth grade looks like. Think about that grammar and that morphology and how it connects to spelling as well. So again, these are just some activity book pages, kind of that guided practice piece of that out of the student activity book. right, so if we think about grammar and morphology, thinking about making that connection to spelling and how grammar rules affect spelling, how spelling rules affect morphology, all of those kinds of things being interwoven. But keep in mind direct explicit instruction, that guided practice, they're putting it into application and they're reading and they're writing daily. And then on end of unit assessments, there will be a grammar and a morphology assessment piece, right? A part to that end of unit assessment that's going to assess those skills that were taught in that unit. Okay. All right, assessments. On page 97, you have this chart. So when we think about assessments in CKLA, again, if there's assessment, there's time built into the lesson to do that assessment. And we've got kind of these 3 buckets, so to say, that assessments fit in: long cycle, medium cycle, short cycle. So as we're thinking about long cycle assessments, we're talking about kind of benchmark type things, right? Beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year. So your beginning of year benchmark test is going to be in Unit 1. In 3rd grade, it's the second week of school, so lessons 6 through 10. And then in 4 and 5, it's at the end of Unit 1. Okay. The purpose of that BOY assessment is to really give you a kind of a baseline of where students are coming in with skills from previous grade levels. Okay. There's reading comprehension in there. There is some information, some fluency information. You can also use, there's a piece called the word reading and isolation assessment, which helps you get diagnostic in identifying which pieces of phonics students are applying to words and which ones they're not when it comes to decoding. So it helps give you some information about and identify some skills gaps there. The middle of year and end of year assessment are used to assess what you've taught them up to that point in the year. So it's really a good indicator of how they're retaining information that you've taught them at this point. Still helping to identify those gaps and give you ideas for remediation so that you can catch it there and not, that gap doesn't continue to grow. Okay, so those are those long cycle, big ideas and kind of benchmark type ideas. Okay. Then we think about medium cycle, and those are really those end of unit assessments. What's tested on that end of unit assessment is what was taught in that unit. What was the focus of that unit? That's what's going to come up on that end of unit assessment. It's as part of the last lesson or 2 of each unit. Again, it's part of the lesson. We're looking at their movement toward mastery of those specific standards or focus objectives that were taught in that. So multiple skills assessed, multiple assessment methods used, right? Some short answer, some multiple choice, some longer written answer, sometimes some one-on-one type things. So different modalities used, but looking at assessing the skills that were taught in that unit. Okay. Patty, that's a really good district question. Are you using BOY, using iReady, using Dibbles? And I will make sure and mention that. I think they are already thinking in that direction. I think they're already trying to make some of those decisions. But I will certainly pass that question on as to whether or not, because if you guys use Dibbles or use iReady or use something else, there's no reason to spend the time doing the BOY assessment that gives you the exact same information, right? We don't need to assess kids to death and we don't need to take away all that instructional time. So that's a great question and I'll make sure and pass it along. All right, and then short cycle assessments are those ones that are interwoven throughout the lesson, right? Formative assessments, whether that's an activity page or an observation that you're doing, or whatever it is, or those checks for understanding throughout the lesson as well. Sometimes checks for understanding can be as simple as a thumbs up, thumbs down to a written exit ticket type idea, right? So all of those are kind of woven throughout. Formative assessments, activity book pages, those checks for understanding, woven throughout the lesson, and they give you right in line feedback on how students are doing with the skill being taught right then and there, right? So you're not having to wait until the end of unit assessment to see how kids are doing. You guys are gathering that information all the way throughout those lessons so that you can quickly, in line with the instruction, make some support changes, provide a little bit more scaffolding as you see students struggle a little bit, right? All right, so back to page 97, I've gathered this information, right? I've done this, these long cycle assessments. What do I do with that information? Well, we've got we've got some resources that you can use to help with that, whether students need remediation or whether they're ready for enrichment. In grades 3, it is called the Assessment Remediation Guide, and then in grade 4 and 5, it's called the Decoding and Encoding Remediation Guide. And what that provides is lessons, word lists, games, practice, passages for specific phonics skills, right? Going all the way back to all of the K2 skills, all of those explicit sound spelling correspondence. So if you have determined that students are missing the sh sound, then you go to the piece in the assessment remediation guide that gives you lessons for the sh sound, and that's what you do during intervention time, right? So that assessment remediation guide is meant to give you lessons, or the decoding and encoding, meant to give you lessons that help fill in phonics skills from previous grade levels, right? So that would be used during your intervention time outside of core time. Okay, so if we're talking about medium cycle assessments, right, those are assessing the skills, grade level skills, right? So if I've given my end of unit assessment and I say, well, this small group of students didn't do well with the prefix IR, okay, I can go to my pausing point at the end of my unit, pull out some IR pages, do a little bit of work right then and there before moving on to the next unit. That's what those pausing point days are built in for, okay? And then again, those sidebars, those short cycle assessments, right? If I'm observing a student is having difficulty, I can quickly pull in one of those sidebar supports, whether it's the one designed for ELL, or whether it just says support, whether it's a picture, to help students right in line with the lesson. I don't have to wait until a next lesson to do that. Okay, so we've got some remediation and enrichment type things that students or that you can employ given the information you're gathering from these different types of assessments. Okay, right. So this.
Michelle, can I ask a question quick before you move on? I'm sorry.
Of course, no, go ahead.
The remediation guide, the ARC, that document is so big. Is there a plan to have like links to break it down further? Because if you want to see something in it that you find in the table of contents, you're scrolling through like hundreds of pages. Yeah. Does that question make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. Can you hold on to that for just a second, and I'm going to show you online where that kind of is. Perfect. Okay, so these pages just show a reminder of where those supports are in the sidebars. Remember when I was scrolling through that third grade teacher's guide at the beginning of the day? In the sidebar, these are those supports we're talking about. So we've got ones labeled support. These are supports for different levels of language acquisition, but can be applied to anybody, wherever you need it. And then we also have these challenges. Okay, all right, so that was a great question about the assessment and remediation guide. And I am going to, I did not need to stop sharing my screen. I just needed to get out of my PowerPoint. There it goes. Okay, so for those of you who haven't dug around very much, the assessment and remediation guide is going to be right here. Okay, you've also got fluency packets that can, you know, so if you give that to students, did I lose you guys again?
No, we're here.
Okay, good. I heard lightning and thunder, or saw the lightning, heard the thunder, and my screen flickered. So I was hoping I didn't lose y'all. Okay, so assessment and remediation guide. So what she's talking about is when you open this up, it's only digital because the third grade one is about 1,200 pages long. Okay, 4-5 is about almost 1,500 pages long because it contains lessons for all of the phonics. So this third grade one contains all of K2 phonics. 4-5 contains all of K2 phonics, as well as third grade, kind of that moving into multisyllabic words. And so what you have to do is you have to go to the table of contents here, but then you've got to dig just a little bit. You have to really know what skill your student's missing to be able to kind of distinguish it in here. Okay, all right, so let me come back to here and show you where we are moving towards with that. We are moving towards this intervention toolkit. So what we've done is taken some of that information out of that assessment remediation guide and put it here. The difference between that, the kind of assessment remediation guide or decoding and encoding and this intervention toolkit is that it is not grade specific. The intervention toolkit's really a little bit more generic. So it kind of talks you through that. I'm gonna click here. So this intervention toolkit here. So really a little bit more generic than if I know exactly which skill I'm missing, I can go to the table of contents and find it. Here, maybe I just have a little bit more kind of overview of what it is. Foundationally, it's still kind of set up the same, right? Students have to have phonological phonemic awareness in order to then start applying phonics. So you may have students who are somewhere in here, so you can go in and find some lessons for that. Now maybe they've got this single and I can start putting it into patterns. Now maybe I can do some little more complex patterns, right? Say they've got single sounds, but they can't apply those single sounds to multisyllabic words, then I could come to here, right? So foundationally, it's set up this way. I'm not going to work on fluency and comprehension if I've got students who don't have single sound spelling correspondence, or if they can't apply those to multisyllabic words. These, you know, having gaps in these skills are the reason why their fluency and their comprehension is low. So the short answer is yes, but the long answer is not everything that is in that assessment remediation guide has made it over here yet. Okay.
Michelle, could you add one more question to your district question list?
I certainly can. Absolutely.
Is that resource going to be what they're hoping our special educators use for intervention? just so that we're all on the same page. Obviously, their IEP is going to drive what the instruction is. I know that piece, but are they looking for our special educators to pull from these resources?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you.
Add that. Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Sped always gets the short end of the stick, right? Like they always give everybody the new materials, and then they're like, yeah, y'all just figure it out. You guys with the most special population, you guys just figure out how to kind of hide into, jump into this too. So yes, I will make sure and add that to those district questions. How do they expect you guys to support them in the classroom, but also to use what of these resources are they expecting you guys to use? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So questions, other things you guys are thinking of at this point? I did such a good job. You are ready to open up Unit 1 and start teaching it tomorrow. You're so overwhelmed, you can't even form a sentence. That's where you're at right now.
Information overload. A lot of great information, but information overload.
Yeah.
I found when I was piloting it, it is, I mean, like, I've got my books all here on my counter. Like, this is just for one unit. This is just unit 5. And I was really like, oh my God. But I find if I do it one step at a time, and because we're in hybrid, I only really put 2 or 3 lessons out there online at a time. And I just look at the lessons and I think, okay, what do I need to get prepared for? The way it's laid out and the color coding and the highlight, I think it flows. It really does flow but you have to use the book. You can't wing it. You just got to use the book. I do have a quick question though. When this goes live, will we still have access to like the 4th grade materials and the 5th grade? Like I'm a 5th grade teacher. Okay, good. Because I know, especially like in this unit, it made reference to a book from 4th grade that the kids have read in 4th grade. So I was able to read that to them. I went online, I went to the 4th grade chapter. I read that book, set it all up, and it worked out really well. And I was hoping they would have it. And anyway, that's my 2 cents. I thought it flowed really well though, considering I was pilot and I started the Renaissance unit in February, which is crazy, but they loved it though. We had great conversations. I don't know if their writing, is where I want it to be, but they're talking about Leonardo da Vinci and Machiavellian concepts, and anyway, that's also fun.
Well, good. Julia, thank you for sharing your experiences. And I'm glad it was positive. Some of that content is a little daunting. Your 2nd grade cohort, those teachers have to do, or get to do, not have to do, I shouldn't say it like that, get to learn about the War of 1812 twice. They do it in knowledge and then they come back in skills. They are experts about the War of 1812 at the end of the year. I'm telling you, I have had every 2nd grade teacher who has ever done CKLA come back and go, I didn't know anything about the War of 1812 before I started, and now I'm an expert, that kind of thing. So I think I'm glad that your kids enjoyed it. I have never walked into a CKLA classroom and had a kid tell me, I don't like this. I have had teachers tell me they don't like it, and therefore their kids are a little apathetic towards it. But I think the content is so new and different for most kids that it's just something new, right? And so exciting to be learning something new that that it should keep their attention. Yeah, and you're right, Meredith. Kids do love social studies and science, and you can tell them, look how grown up you are. I mean, good grief, I bet you everybody on this call has either never read Midsummer Night's Dream or did it in high school, and you're going to ask your 5th graders to do it. You know, that kind of an idea. Just talk to them about what the cool stuff is that they're getting to learn about, and you know, convince them they're big hot stuff, and they're gonna rise to the challenge for sure. Okay. Kristen's question. Give me a second to read. Give to help first. Here. Yeah. So I think you guys are going to have to get in and kind of see where those gaps are, right? I typically tell teachers in a 1st-year implementation, and don't think you guys are abnormal dumping everybody in K-5 into 1st year. That's usually what happens. You know, no district says, well, we'll start with K and then we'll add 1st next year, and then we'll add, right? If they've got the money, they spend it and everybody goes in. That's just how it works. And so for these first couple of years, you guys are going to find some gaps. I wouldn't walk into it thinking that they don't have any foundational skills, right? Walk into it thinking, let me see where I can find the gaps and start to fill those gaps, not that they're coming in with nothing. Because you're going to find some gaps. You're going to find some gaps, individual students, but then you're going to find some bigger gaps. I would suggest something at the beginning of the year that's diagnostic, that shows what those gaps are, okay? So that you know, I mean, pretty early on, you guys are teachers, you're gonna figure out which kids are struggling, right? So you know who to scaffold for during core time, but you're never gonna make up those gaps if we don't start targeting intervention during that intervention time. And that, you know, if they're, you know, reading below grade level, I got to figure out what's keeping them from below grade level. And it is targeting specific skills gaps. Do, you know, however many lessons it takes to shore up that one tiny gap, and then move on to the next one, and move on to the next one, and move on to the next one. That's just how it's going to have to happen. You know, it is what it is, right? You guys are going to have some skills and some phonics gaps, and as well as those kind of background knowledge gaps as well. So, yep. Ideal world for an intervention block, 30 to 45 minutes. That's, you know, some schools that I've worked with have 60 minutes, but part of the week is spent during that 60 minutes intervening with math, and part of it's during reading. So really they only have 30 minutes daily, right? 30 minutes for reading and 30 minutes for math daily. And you know, sometimes they work it so it's a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday thing or something like that. But I think you can do some targeted intervention if you're really targeting intervention, right? If you're spending 10, 15 minutes on a really small focused skill, you can get some really good growth in a shorter amount of time, right? You don't have to meet with a small group for 30 minutes to target intervention, right? 10, 15 minutes and move on to the next group, kind of a thing. So 30 to 45 minutes is usually kind of what can be worked into a schedule with, you know, the 120 or 90 of core, with science and social studies and math and specials and lunch and all those other things that have to happen during the day. Okay. What other thoughts, questions, concerns, excitement is running through your head right now?
This is more for like the organized teacher aspect. Like, seems like a lot of materials, and where those are going to be stored is stressing me out a little bit.
Just a little bit. You're gonna have to clean off a shelf or two. You are gonna get one teacher's guide for every single unit. You are going to get a class set of student readers for each unit. So that reader is only, it's pretty small. So they use it for one unit and then it goes on the shelf and then the next unit comes out. You're also going to get a class set of student workbooks, and they get one workbook per unit. So that's a lot of storage, a lot of space, right, to put some boxes until it's time for that unit. Something else I will tell you is that this, Meredith, that's right where I was going, is those student readers. Those student readers are meant to be used year after year. The student workbooks are meant to be consumable. I am going to tell you that those student readers will not stand up to a lot of abuse. They can't live in students' desks. They can't go in backpacks and go home. They are soft cover, glue bound. They're not gonna last if your students are bending them backwards or putting them on their heads or, you know, those kinds of things. You're gonna have to talk to students about being pretty gentle with those. But they are meant to be used. Yeah, Julia's showing them. They're small. Now they only use them for that unit and then it goes away and the next one comes out. So they don't have to last all year, but they are meant to last year after year. The student workbooks are meant to be consumable. Okay. Yep. And then I'm also going to say at 345, the student resources or the materials that you're going to get are nothing compared to what your K2 counterparts are going to get. There's a lot more teacher modeling stuff, and they have two strands. So they get readers and workbooks for skills and workbooks for knowledge. And it's a lot that you're going to have to store, but don't ever complain about how much you're storing to your kindergarten friends, because they're going to lose their ever-loving minds because there's a lot that they have to store too. So good, it's great stuff. We're giving you everything you need. You don't have to go out and find it, but you are going to have to find a place to store things. Right. All right, somebody or everybody, I want you to kind of reflect on the day as a whole. Okay, tell me new learning. Tell me something you're excited about. We've kind of gone over questions. If you have any other things you want me to pass along to the district, go ahead and let me know now or drop it into chat and I can do that. But new learnings, it's something you're excited about, maybe even your goal for yourself, right? Your next steps. What do you want to dive into first? Okay, feel free to put it into chat or to come off of mute.
Well, I work in special ed and I'm just trying to sort this all out. Leanne, I really appreciate your question about a suggestion for an intervention block, because I'm trying to put the big picture together for us. And like you said, Michelle, they don't spell it out for us. We have to figure it out. So if you could just maybe on your list for the district, we could use some guidelines.
Yes. Absolutely. I can absolutely do that. Okay. All right. Other new pieces of learning, questions, something you're excited about, or your goal for yourself moving forward? Yeah. Yeah, those of you who piloted jumped right into the middle, and so it's hard to see what came before and what comes after. But we also, in that pilot, wanted to give you something that would normally come up about that point in the year, to give you an idea of, where CKLA expects kids to be at about this point in the year. So definitely I can see the challenges there, for sure. And we do appreciate those of you who did the pilot for us and are giving us this feedback, and that helps us move forward, and helps us help the district get you guys the information that you need moving forward as well. Okay. Awesome. All right, thanks, Danielle. So Meredith's got a question about fitting the whole curriculum in a year. Most of our schools by second year of implementation, yes. A lot of times first year implementation doesn't because it's new, right? It's new for you, it's new for the kids. But most of the time by second year, yes, they're able to fit everything in. Mm-hmm. Yep, awesome. Okay. All right, you guys have been awesome today. So as we kind of wrap up, I have a survey that I have to ask you to do. It is actually, there's a QR code on that very last page of your participant notebook. So if you want to do it there, if not, I have a SurveyMonkey link. Let me find that and I will drop it into the chat as well. Where to go? There it is. So if you want to do it on your computer, just click that link. If you want to do it on your phone, you can use that QR code. This is all about me. And in my presentation today, that feedback helps us continue to meet the needs of our teachers as well. So I've got this list of questions to take to the district. And like I said, you guys were awesome today. I'm going to put my name and email address in the chat one more time. So make sure you've got that. Feel free to reach out moving forward as you guys are, kind of thinking about next year, starting to plan. And like I said earlier, sometimes Kristen, sometimes to do a refresh. Sometimes if you just copy and paste it into a new window rather than trying to hyperlink, sometimes that works too. All right, so knowing that we're not leaving you guys, right? We're coming back. We were going to do we're do a second day of training in June. I have a date, I think June 17th. So we'll come back at that time. We can, answer questions you've got, shore up some confusions. We're going to spend a lot of that day planning, so you're ready to go with Unit 1. That's kind of what that date looks like. So we'll be back before school starts again, and then we are going to be here throughout the school year too, and help support. So. No, this isn't the only time we'll be here to support you guys. All right, you guys have been awesome today. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of the engagement and the discussions we had. Thank you to everybody who shared. Thank you to those of you who piloted and shared your experience there as well. If you have other questions, I'm happy to stay on and answer questions. Don't feel like you have to stay on here to fill out this survey. So just as soon as you have got what you think you need, feel free to log off. And like I said, you guys were awesome today. Thanks for hanging with me this afternoon. Bye, y'all.
Bye, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could I ask a question?
Of course.
So I'm in a bit of a unique situation, in that I have multiple grade levels in the same room.
Okay.
Do you have any idea on how you could make that work? I know it didn't work out with the math one either.
I know, that's so hard. So I know that question was asked earlier in another session. I'm going to defer to the district for that, for them to give you some guidance. And so I know that's already been passed along. You know, I think they're going to kind of look to us to help them give some guidance, but I'm going to wait for kind of that district decision about you know, how you guys should proceed with that, because you're not the only one with a multi-level classroom. So there's really not, kind of like SPED, there's really not a best answer for that.
Well, it's SPED too, so it's a double whammy.
Yeah, well, yeah. So we're gonna, like I said, I will pass that along, that we've got others, you know, in that situation. They know who you are, but we're gonna, we know that they're gonna need to provide you guys some guidance with that. So really, those are kind of district decisions. So we'll make sure and help them get you guys some guidance around that.
Thank you, and thank you for everything. That was a great session.
Good. Thanks for hanging with me today. We'll see you in June.
Yes, have a good afternoon.
You too.